Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome to this first poem that we are going to be explaining in depth on this channel. And typically the way that poems are named is usually from either the first verse or the first half of the first verse, or sometimes just a few the first 2 or 3 words from the poem. Sometimes they're named by the last letter. So like Mimiyatu Fulan of a famous poem, a famous poem for a famous poet, they'll just refer to it by like the last letter upon which the rhyme occurs. And of course you have exceptions. For example, the mu'allaqat. So you would say like, mu'allaqatu tarafa, and that's like the title of it. It's known by that. But usually, he didn't name it the mu'allaqa. It's just, once again, it's a description of how it came to be known because, everyone knows the mu'allaqat. So therefore this poem is just called Ala Qadri Ahli al-Azmi Ta'ti al-Azaimu. That's not a poem that Al-Mutanabbi gave to this poem. It's just, once again, that convention, how people would name things. So without further ado, I'm going to give you the background story, inshallah, to this poem. Okay, so this is roughly the time period that, this is what the map looked like roughly in the time period where this poem occurred. Okay, as you can see, the Islamic world has been split up. This is roughly in the mid-300s after Hijrah, which would be in the roughly the mid-900s according to the Gregorian calendar. So you can see that the Abbasid Khilafah has essentially broken down into various different little kingdoms, and everyone gives sort of formal homage to the Khalifa, but practically you have sort of these independent rulers ruling these different states. And of course, our story takes place over here in al-Dawla al-Hamdaniyya. Okay, and this is a 12er Shi'i dynasty, as well as the Buwayhid dynasty over here. So you can see this is a time when there's a strong kind of Shi'i presence in the, in large parts of the Middle East. And so, basically Al-Mutanabbi joins the court of a fellow named Sayf al-Dawla. So we'll talk about that shortly, who is Sayf al-Dawla and so on. So this is a zoomed in map here, and you can see this is الدولة الحمدانية في الموصل وحلب عام 44 و300 هجريا, or equivalent to 955 miladiyan. Okay, and so here you have the city of Al-Mosul. These are the 2 major cities of the empire, Halab over here, and of course this is called Imaratul Mosul. This is called Imaratu Halab, and that's basically, this would be one Imara, and then you can see the dotted line here where the other dividing line between the 2 Bain al-Imaratain. And so basically, yes, so this is the borders of the Hamdani dynasty. As we said before, this is al-Dawla al-Buwayhiyya. You can see here, you have these other, dynasties as well. And you over here, al-Dawla al-Ikhshidiyya. This will come into play, in some other poems that Al-Mutanabbi is famous for the ruler of what was Egypt and Philistine at that time. And of course you have Ar-Rum. Here it's labeled as Al-Imperatoriyatul Byzantiyya, but historically they were just called the Romans, Ar-Rum, because they themselves saw it, and everyone else saw themselves, and everyone else in the region saw themselves as a continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire. So this idea of calling them the Byzantines is sort of like a modern historical sort of imposition, rather than how people kind of historically in the region saw the Byzantines as just Romans, the Eastern Romans, essentially. So a little bit more, there's 2 important areas just to point out here as well. So you have here Al-Awasim, which is going to come up later in the poem. This is like a province or region. And here, Al-Thughur. This is called Al-Thughur, which means the openings, because it's on the borders with the Byzantines. Okay, so here is where the fighting would happen between the 2 countries. And the ruler of al-Dawla al-Hamdaniya at this time is called Sayf al-Dawla. Okay, his real name is actually Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn Abi al-Hayja ibn Hamdan al-Hamdani. Okay, but he was called Sayf al-Dawlati, which means the sword of the country, or the state, let's say. The sword of the state, by the Abbasid Caliph who is in Baghdad at this time. So remember, everyone, all of these different states, they all give nominal homage to the Caliph in Baghdad, the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, but practically speaking, they have basically autonomy and a lot of freedom at this time. So this was an honorific title, Sayf al-Dawla, which is the name he became known by. That was an honorific title given to him by the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad. And lastly, just to point out, Halab was the capital here of the Hamdani dynasty. Okay, so this is where they primarily ruled from, and once again, Mosul was the other major city. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers the background here. And there's just one thing I forgot to mention. The reason why the Abbasid Caliph, al-Muttaqi lillah, called Abu al-Hasan or Ali ibn Abi al-Hayja Sayf al-Dawla, the reason why he gave him that honorific title and that name is because of his many wars against the Romans. Okay, so he was on the borders with the Romans and he was a staunch enemy. So there were a lot of conflicts in his lifetime, basically between Sayf al-Dawla and the Romans. Okay, and he fought them very, he was a thorn in their side. He fought them constantly, and there were times when the Byzantines had gained land, and times when the Hamdanis had gained land, and so on. So he was a staunch enemy, and because of that, the Abbasid Caliph gave him that honorific title. Now, our tale takes place about here, where you can see this blue pin. So this is in the Taurus Mountains, fi Jibali Taurus. And there was basically a fortress that was built here in the time of Harun al-Rashid at around 180 after Hijrah, basically on the borders at that time with the Romans. Okay, and this place is called Al-Hadath al-Hamra. Okay, at the time the region was just called Al-Hadath, and then the castle was either called Al-Hadath, but after Sayf al-Dawla it was called Al-Hadath al-Hamra. Some say no, it was called Al-Hadath al-Hamra from before, so that's going to be a different, places where some historians some accounts disagree, essentially. Now, this is not a picture of the actual fortress. I wasn't able to find the actual fortress, but this is like something what it would have looked like. So you can think of this as an artistic description of what it might look like. And so the fortress transferred hands between the Romans and the Muslims over centuries of battles. And as a result, the fortress had basically become run down, because you have one side sieging it, and the other side sieging it, and the other side sieging it. And so, it gets run down, and it's old after hundreds of years of disrepair, let's say. So the fortress had become run down, and some say it's called Al-Hamra because of its soil that's like reddish, and so hence why I picked this specific picture, because you can like see here, for example, this kind of like the soil or the bricks of it have that reddish tint to it. Okay, now it is also claimed that the fortress was called Al-Hadath al-Hamra because it was colored red with the amount of blood that was spilt by Sayf al-Dawla. Okay, so that's sort of the other, account of why it was called thus. And the fortress is upon a mountain called Al-Uhaydib. Okay, Al-Uhaydib. Ala wazni Ufay'il. And this is a well-known wazn, Ufay'il. Let me just write that down. Okay, this obviously doesn't really matter, because it depends on where it lands in the sentence. But the point is that this wazn is known as basically a diminutive, or waznu tasghir, okay, of af'al. Okay. And so ahdab means hunchback. Okay. So something that is protuberant because it is convex, arch, or bent. A humpback, or, basically here would be a humpback male, because this is referring to a male as ahdab. If it was a female, it would be hadba. Okay. And so then, therefore, when you want to make this small, uhaydib equals little hunchback. Okay. Now, why is it called little hunchback? It could be because, sometimes mountains, they're named based on what they look like when you see them from afar. And it doesn't really resemble it necessarily that much, but just, people will be like, oh, the thing that looks like, X or Z. And a lot of times mountains are named after that. It could be because there's like a little curve or something in it, something like that. So, I don't know exactly. I would have to see the mountain itself to be able to tell you, but that's most likely why it was called that. Okay. So in 1337, okay, Hijri, the fortress was surrendered peacefully to the Roman military commander, who's known in Arabic as al-Damustuq, which we'll talk more about in a sec. So where does that word al-Damustuq comes from? It comes from the Greek here, demistokos, okay, which is from the Latin domesticus, which literally means of the household. And we even use that in English when we say domestic, right? So essentially it's like the domestic in Greek, if that makes sense. The domestic, or the demistokos, was a civil, ecclesiastic, and military office in the late Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Okay, and then it came to have a military usage where the demestikoi, which is the plural, okay, trace their ancestry to the protectores domestici guard unit of the late Roman Empire, established in the late 3rd century. These were a corps of men that served as staff to the Roman emperors. In other words, they're like the household, kind of officers that are loyal to the emperor, while also functioning as an officer school. Okay, so long story short, they had vanished by the 7th century, and they only remained in title with certain guard units. And then later on, essentially by the 10th century, this title, domestic of the schools, okay, domestikos ton skolon, would rise to be the commander-in-chief of the army after the emperor. Okay, so that's the important point, is that the Damustuk is essentially the commander-in-chief of the Byzantine army, second only to the emperor. So he's a very high-ranking official. So as we mentioned, in 337, the palace is surrendered, or the fortress is surrendered to al-Damustuq. Right? And Sayf ad-Dawla decides to capture and rebuild the fortress. Now, just for context here, Sayf ad-Dawla, one sec. He basically was born in 303 and lives to 356, Hijra, or Hijri, and 915 to 967 Miladi. Okay? And so you can say this is, when he's basically in his 40s, in the year 343 after Hijra, is when he decides, okay, we're going to take back this fortress, and he fights an epic battle against the Romans in this year. So as you can tell here, if they captured it in 337 and in 343 the battle happens, the fortress was in the hands of the Romans for 6 years at the point of this poem. The Romans had a much larger army and were fortified in the castle, but nevertheless, Sayf ad-Dawla stormed the castle. And Al-Mutanabbi, his tale in all of this is he joins Sayf ad-Dawla, Al-Mutanabbi joins the court of Sayf ad-Dawla in 337, leaves in 346. Okay. And so this is towards the, Al-Mutanabbi has been in the court of Sayf ad-Dawla as well for 6 years at this point. Sayf ad-Dawla is in his 40s. He's just turned 40 at the time of this battle. And so Sayf ad-Dawla was his intention was to capture and rebuild the fortress, essentially, to do major construction work, essentially, to bring it back to its former glory, let's say. So he arrives on a Wednesday in September in the year 343, which is equivalent to 954 AD. So it's in the fall. And when he arrives, he symbolically digs sort of like a hole with his hand, indicating his intention to capture and rebuild the fortress. And then later on, after a few days, ad-Damastaq basically comes down to fight him. And that's when this epic battle occurs. So the Muslim historians state that al-Damastaq had 50,000 troops, a coalition of Romans or Byzantines, Armenians, Bulgars, Russians, Khazars, and so on. So it was a multiracial coalition and possibly even a multi-religious coalition that was coming to fight Sayf ad-Dawla at this juncture. The battle lasted from morning until the afternoon, and Sayf ad-Dawla then charged al-Damastaq and the most well-guarded part of the army himself, along with 500 of his elite men, and they routed al-Damastaq, who fled like a coward. Sayf ad-Dawla's army killed approximately 3,000 of al-Damastaq's men, and he captured many other prisoners of war, including the son-in-law and the grandson of al-Damastaq and many of his officers. So this is, of course, a very disgraceful moment. This picture, of course, is not of that battle or anything. This is like about crusaders, but here you can see crusaders are, surrendering their weapons to some, whoever that is, Salah ad-Din or some other, Muslim sultan. But, basically it would have looked something like this, where, many of these people were captured and surrendered and basically faced this humiliating defeat. So Sayf ad-Dawla then stayed at Al-Hadath al-Hamra and ordered the rebuilding and repair of the castle. This lasted for a little more than a month. He symbolically dug the first hole when he arrived, and after the repairs were done, he placed the last brick so that history may know that he was the patron and sort of, the builder of the castle that reformed it to its former glory. Of course, not the original builder, but, the one that restored it to its former glory. So all of Sayf ad-Dawla's court and elites and scholars and jurists had kind of gathered together for the momentous occasion of Sayf ad-Dawla symbolically placing the last brick, and then upon him placing the last brick, Al-Mutanabbi recited the following poem to him. And that's the story of the genesis of this poem. I know that was a long ways around, but I felt like it was important to give you guys like the whole history lesson as to what the poem was about, how it started, and so on. So inshallah you guys enjoyed that. If not, you guys can let me know, and in the future I'll try to keep it shorter in terms of introductions to the poem and not giving too much backstory, inshallah. So this is the sharh of al-Barquqi, and Basically, I'm just going to read the sharh, which is in Arabic, and I'm going to explain words I think you may not know, and I'll give you a general translation of the sentence. However, I will not be doing an in-depth grammatical analysis of the sentences in the sharh. I will do that for the actual poem itself, because otherwise it's just going to take too long. So the reason why I thought to do this was maybe it just gives you some additional reading practice. It gives you an opportunity in case you didn't understand something, maybe, to hear it again, and then you kind of, registers with you. So if you enjoy it, let me know that. If you don't enjoy it, let me know that as well, and I can kind of adjust, maybe not include the sharh of al-Barquqi, because it does, make things take longer, but hopefully it'll be of some benefit. You guys can let me know. So here Al-Barquqi is explaining what I had just explained previously about the context of, or the munasaba, the occasion on which the poem occurred. Okay? And so now he's going to explain it in Arabic, of course. كان سيف الدولة قد سار نحو ثغر الحدث لبنائها. Okay, that Sayf al-Dawla had traveled towards the frontier of Al-Hadath, which is the name of the town or the castle, لبنائها. For the purpose of reconstructing it. Now, bina actually means to construct something normally. Okay, in MSA at least, you would say bina would mean to something wasn't there and then you constructed it for the first time, and then you would normally say i'adatul bina if you want to specify reconstruction. Okay. Whereas it seems a more classical usage for bina is any kind of constructing, meaning whether you're building it for the first time, you're rebuilding it, you're repairing it, any kind of construction work would fall under the purview of bina in a more kind of classical usage. So inshallah, that's clear. وكان أهلها قد سلموها إلى الدمشق بالأمان سنة 37 و300. And the people of Al-Hadath had surrendered it, meaning the castle, to al-Dumustuq peacefully in the year 337. فنزلها سيف الدولة يوم الأربعاء 18 جماد الأخرى سنة 43. Okay, so Sayf al-Dawla had arrived there. Nazala literally means to descend, and there's two theories as to why descend here means to arrive somewhere. Meaning if you're traveling and then you arrive somewhere basically at your destination. And one theory is that if you have let's say a highland or a mountain, and then you travel from here to the lowland, right? From your mountain to a lowland. Okay. Then that's one theory as to why that word is used. The other is let's say you're riding your horse or your camel. Okay, and then you're done traveling, or you've arrived at your destination or someplace that you're going to stay for a while. So what do? You descend from your camel or your horse or whatever as a traveler. So that's two of the theories. But here it just means basically he arrived at Al-Hadath. Okay, he arrived at Al-Hadath يوم الأربعاء on a Wednesday, the 18th of Jumada al-Ukhra. Okay, in the year, he says here سنة 43, in the year 43. Okay. Now, what he means here is the year 343. Okay, so the reason why we know that is because he previously had already mentioned the century. Okay, and so therefore he's not going to necessarily mention the century again. It's implied from the context that he means 343. Okay. فبدأ من يومه فوضع الأساس وحفر أوله بيده. Okay, so he began from Yomihi here. It's talking about the day of his arrival. Okay, it's talking about this day. Okay, on the Wednesday when he arrived, that same day, on the 18th of Jumada al-Ukhra. Okay, he began what? He began the construction. That's not mentioned there, but it's implied here, the maf'ul bihi. What did he begin? He began bina'aha, right? This is, and then there's supposed to be another bracket here, but you get the idea. Is that's what he began. Okay, is the construction from the first day of his arrival, basically. فوضع الأساس, so he laid a foundation. Okay, or the foundation. وحفر أوله بيده, and he dug out the beginning of the foundation with his own hand. فلما كان يوم الجمعة نازله الدمشق في نحو 50,000 فارس وراجل. So when it became Friday, Dumustuq came to confront him. Okay? Nazalahu basically means to, like, set up, basically to come to face. Like, when you have two armies now, they're ready to kind of face off. Okay? So Dumustuq confronted him with around 50,000 men between knights. Faris means like a rider, and Rajil means a foot soldier. Okay? So basically, he had 50,000 between the two, not 50,000 of each, but between the two, he had 50,000 soldiers, some, riders and some foot soldiers. ووقع القتال يوم الاثنين سلخ جماد الأخرى من أول النهار إلى العصر. So the fighting began on a Monday, on the Monday that was the last day of Jumad al-Ukhra. From the beginning of the day until, or from the beginning of the morning until the afternoon. Okay? So Salkh here means like the very last day. فحمل عليه سيف الدولة بنفسه في نحو 500 من غلمانه. Okay, so حمل على means to bear, and حمل على means in, like, it's actually similar to the English usage to bear, to bear down upon. You know how we use that phrase, like to attack someone? I bore down upon him with my full force. You get that idea? So this حمل عليه means to attack. So Sayf al-Dawla attacked him, i.e. he attacked the Dumustuq as Dumustuq's forces. But the word usage here means to bear down upon. Okay, so Sayf al-Dawla bore down upon him, attacked him in a way where he was bearing down his full force. Binafsihi. This means in his own person, meaning that he wasn't just like sitting in the back. Sometimes you have like commanders, they're like sitting in the back, and then all their forces are advancing, and they're just being the backseat kind of general. No, this is saying he himself like joined the fray. Okay, he attacked him with his own person, with binafsihi, fi nahwi 500 min ghilmanihi. Ghilman is the jami' of ghulam, which literally means a boy. Okay, but here it means, like, how we say in English, like his boys. Okay, it means his elite fighting guard, his elite units, his boys, as we would say today. Okay, so he attacked with 500 of his, kind of elite guard, you can say. فظفر به, so he was successful. So Sayf al-Dawla was successful in this attack, or in defeating Dumustuq. وقتل 3,000 من رجاله, and Sayf al-Dawla killed 3,000 of ad-Dumustuq's men. وأسر خلقا كثيرا, and he captured a huge amount of creation, is literally what it means. What it means here is that he captured a huge amount of ad-Dumustuq's men, and possibly also their animals, meaning like, war horses are valuable, or, when you have a whole army, maybe you have like donkeys and I don't know what to, bring, as pack animals and what have you. So you're bringing with you a lot of things. So the point is that he captured a lot of people here primarily, but potentially this word would include also, kind of animals and whatever. Usually asara, you wouldn't use that for an animal, you'd only use that for people, because, animals would be considered like war booty, as opposed to, you normally wouldn't say asara for that, right? But whatever, the point is it can include that, but mainly he's talking about capturing enemy combatants, POWs. Okay, I just cleared the some of the writing, just so I can draw some more stuff for this next sentence. It says فَقَتَلَ بَعْضَهُمْ, so he killed some of them. وَأَقَامَ حَتَّى بَنَى الْحَدَثَ وَوَضَعَ بِيَدِهِ آخِرَ شُرْفَةٍ مِنْهُ. So he killed some of them, and he stayed in the town until he rebuilt the castle Al-Hadath. And وَوَضَعَ بِيَدِهِ, and with his own hand he laid آخِرَ شُرْفَةٍ مِنْهُ. Okay, so Shurfa normally means like an outdoor balcony, but here what it means is, at the top of the castle, how you have this part that goes like this, where like, archers can stand and like shoot arrows or whatever. So Shurfa means basically the last one of these that he constructed, basically the last, I don't know what you'd call this, a rampart or I don't know, battlement or something like that. Okay. That's what it means here. So with his own hand, okay, he placed the very last one of these. Basically he did it himself. في يوم الثلاثاء on a Tuesday لثلاث عشرة ليلة خلت من Rajab, after 13 nights had passed from the month of Rajab. Okay, now this lam is like a little bit weird. Okay, I'm not exactly sure why a lam is used here. I've only ever seen it in this construction with khalat. Okay, but what it means is that 13 nights had passed. Why exactly a lam is used there, I would have to do like an in-depth analysis, and this isn't its place for that. But that's the general meaning here. Because normally to express this, you would say something like بعد 13 ليلة, not, you wouldn't say لي 13 ليلة. So it's a little bit of a weird usage, but it is what it is. There's one other thing maybe I should mention, because maybe it was a little bit confusing. So as we said here, that Sayf al-Dawla, he basically arrives on the 18th of Jumada al-Ukhra on a Wednesday, and then 2 days later you have Ad-Domustak arriving, but then the fighting doesn't take place until Monday on the last day of Jumada al-Ukhra. Okay, so what that means is after Ad-Domustak arrived, they waited about another 10 days or so before, because this would have been the 20th, right? So he arrives the 18th, Ad-Domustak arrives the 20th, they fight on, around the 30th. So this is going to be the 30th, 29th, something like that. So, they would have waited, basically 9 or 10 days after Ad-Domustak had come to face him. Before the fighting actually happened. And this was normal in medieval times, as it's not necessarily the day the two armies meet, they immediately fight. Sometimes they encamp and they kind of, see if someone's going to chicken out, retreat, whatever, before the actual day of the battle happens. فقال هذه القصيدة يمدحه. So Al-Mutanabbi said this poem in order to praise, or while praising, Sayf al-Dawla. So imagine Sayf al-Dawla has just finished constructing this castle after he won the battle and all of that, and so now he's done. And Al-Mutanabbi then comes and says this poem. وأنشده إياها في ذلك اليوم في الحدث. And Al-Mutanabbi kind of performatively recited this poem. إياها means al-qasida here. Okay, on that very day in Al-Hadath. So you can imagine it's a very momentous occasion when this poem begins. على قدر أهل العزم تأتي العزائم وتأتي على قدر الكرام المكارم. So in terms of just a few terminology, to start with, because I know many of you've never studied a single poem before, so I thought I'd just introduce that. This entire thing is called a bait, like a house, except it means a verse of poem here. Okay, now let me just change the pen. This right here, this half, is called as-sadr, or sadrul bait. Okay, the first half of the bait. Okay, and this half over here is going to be called al-hajuz, right? Or hajuz, hajuzul bait. Now, this letter here is very important, because first of all, even though it's not written, it's pronounced with a wow at the end. Okay, that's called, basically it's for what's called itlaq. Okay, so depending on what the last letter of the poem is, meaning whether if it's a fatha, like let's say you had a meme with a fatha on top in the end, you would pronounce it like that. If you have a meme with a kasra, then it would be like this, right? And then if you have a dhamma, then it's with a waw. Okay, so you extend it, you pull it, you say makarimu. That's the way it's supposed to be pronounced, as you pull it towards the towards the end. Okay, and the last letter is also called harfu rawi al-qafiya. Okay, basically the letter that is basically the rhyming, the letter that rhymes in the poem. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And of course, qafiya means a rhyme. Okay, qafiya means a rhyme. So there is one other point to mention. You'll notice over here that this also ends in a meme with a dhamma. Okay? So does that mean that the way that the Arabs would rhyme is that the sadr and the ajuz are supposed to rhyme? The answer is no. Normally, it's just the ajuz that's going to rhyme throughout the poem. Okay? However, the Arabs had a habit of something called a tasri'. Okay? A tasri' is when in the very first line of your poem, you basically make it so that the sadr and the ajuz are matching in order to catch someone's attention and so that they know you're beginning a poem. Okay, but hereafter, meaning from this point, from the second line onward, you're only expecting this last letter and the last letter and the haraka on it, basically, meaning the dhamma or the with the waw at the end. That's the only thing you're expecting to rhyme consistently throughout the rest of the poem. Okay, so inshallah, the terminology here is clear. Now, for the first word, okay, ala qadri. What does qadr mean exactly? Okay, if I say qadartu ash-shay'a, okay, what that means, and this is, qadara yaqdiru, and some also say as a dialectical variation yaqduru. Okay, qadran, this being the masdar. Okay, this means to determine or estimate the quantity or measure. Let's just say of a thing. Okay, and if I say, for example, qadara zaydun shay'a bishay'i. Okay, what that means is Zayd measured thing A, that's this, by means of thing B. Okay, that's this. Okay, I just wrote A and B so that you wouldn't get confused. Okay. Now, why is this relevant? We are going to see, I'm going to explain it. So let's say you are no longer in the year 2026. You are in the middle of a bazaar in, I don't know, actually, let's go even to pre-Islamic time. You're in Mecca, you're in some, Yemenite city, whatever, and you're wandering about the bazaar. Okay, this looks like an extravagant bazaar in 4th century Baghdad or something, but whatever. How is it that you measure things? Okay. What does that mean? Like to actually, like if I want to buy something, how do I determine how to give payment? Okay. It's not like today where everything has a set price. First of all, you should know from the movies that there's a lot of bartering, there's a lot of haggling going on. But this is something important to note, that the means of measurement itself is not standardized in the way that it is today. So you and I, we grew up in an age where we have scientific instruments. All the rulers are the same. Whether it be an inch or the metric system where you have centimeters and millimeters and whatever, if you go globally anywhere around the world, it will be the exact same. It's a scientific system. It's, related, like, for example, the metric system is related to like the freezing point of water and all this cool fancy stuff. Everything is standardized, everything is understood. And likewise, we have these complex systems of determining monetary value in terms of like, how much I guess actually this is probably more of a good comparison. It's sort of like how we no longer use gold universally, but nowadays we have like this complex system actually of like currencies in which the value of a currency fluctuates. So it's like, how do you measure the value of a currency? Well, one way that you value the measure of a currency is against other currencies, okay? So determine which was more valuable. So that's actually sort of what it was like back then, where people did not have scientific instruments by which to measure things. So the question then becomes, well, then how did they measure things? And that's what we're just going to explore briefly. So one thing that they would do is use body parts. Okay, so obviously a foot is roughly, 30 centimeters. You have an inch. You have these different ways of measuring. And this is exactly what would happen in the Arabic-speaking world, where you can see these different terminologies are being are there in the Arabic language. Al-ba' here means from here to here, which is your wingspan. Okay. Al-dhira' means from your fingertip until your elbow joint. Al-war, I've never actually seen this. I tried looking it up to see, and I wasn't able to find, just like on a quick search on Al-Ma'ani, this recorded. So if this is an actual word, it's rare. I've never actually heard it used before. But it's the equivalent of an English yard, which is supposed to be from, the middle of your nose until your fingertip. You can see here al-fatr as well, from, your thumb to the edge of your index finger. Al-shibr, which is a hand span, which is from your thumb to your pinky when you spread them out, right? You have al-unmula, right? Which is your fingertip, essentially to the first knuckle. And then you have al-isba', which is, of course, the full length of your finger. I mean, here it kind of just shows till here, but it's not really until that. Well, yeah, actually, I guess when you fold your fingers like that, that would be your full finger length, right? From here to here. Most of these terms also get used in fiqh, for example, and some of them are used in hadith. So these are not just random, just kind of cool facts here. These are actual words that you will see pop up in the literature. So these are the ways you're using your body parts essentially as your sort of a measuring stick, and that only gives you a rough estimate because obviously people are of different sizes, but it allows you to give you some sort of description on the spot without the need of any tool, which once again, the precise measuring tools were not sort of widely available necessarily. And this is universal. This isn't just like in, the Islamic world or in pre-Islamic Arabia, even in, for example, medieval Europe, right? You would use the same, these are English terms for, similar, a cubit is a dira', right? You have a span, your ham span. You have a fathom, which is al-ba', right? The length of one hand to the other hand, like your whole wingspan, as we would say today. It's called a fathom. A yard was originally the center of a man's chest until his furthest extremity. That's how a yard was originally, sort of meant. And then there was, you can see here some sort of like rough translation kind of system that was there back then. So you can see this is basically universal, okay? And then not only that, but you also had, it wasn't just for measuring distances. I gave you an example with distances, but here you can see as well, you can measure serving sizes based on, hand, a palm of this, whatever of that, a thumb tip of whatever, a handful, so these would be sort of the, rough measurements, so to speak. So what I want to do here is just play you a quick clip just to give you some further context or information.
Now imagine if you're going to pace out you've got a field and you want to know roughly how big it is. You don't have a measuring tape. You figure, oh, it's about an acre, but I'm going to pace it out.
Yeah.
Well, if it's in the old days and you're a surveyor or a builder, an architect, you're going to know pretty precisely the length of your pace, because that's a common way of determining land measure, is you pace things out initially. We didn't have transits and builders, instruments back then. Now, if you're pacing something out, you know that you're going to quickly learn that it's much easier if you are counting every other step than every step, right? You don't count left, right, you go right, and you count, say, every time your right foot hits the ground. Okay, now, if you do 1,000 of those, that was the origin of the mile.
So you can see just how, pervasive it was to the pre-modern mind, which is the mindset I'm trying to get you into when you're trying to understand what people back then were saying, what exactly it meant. I want to give you almost like, I want to transport you into their subjective experience of the world, if you get what I mean. So that's part of why I'm giving you some of this additional background information, even though it's maybe strictly speaking, not totally necessary to understand the general sense of what Al-Mutanabbi is saying. Now, just to kind of wrap up here, of course, they did also have different kinds of scientific instruments that alchemists and whatever would use, and they have precise diagrams of, and, they did have some sense of trying to be scientific as well, but this wasn't something that you would see every day on the street type thing. This was like, someone with some kind of exotic kind of laboratory, working on something special. Okay. So for the average person, let's say I wanted to buy something, coming back to our bazaar in Baghdad or wherever. Okay, this is what you would use, is something like this, a mizan or a scale. And basically, what would happen is you would use one of these. Okay, you would place these on the scale. And this is called al-ritl. Okay. هو وحدة لقياس الكتلة. Okay, it is a unit of measuring mass. وهو يساوي, approximately, it is equal to 453 grams. Okay. This particular ritl is from Al-Asr al-Umawi. Okay, so that's kind of cool. So these are weights for darahim from Egypt in the 18th, rather the 19th century. Okay, according to the Gregorian calendar. So these are 4 weights from 144 to 24 dirham. And a dirham is basically, الدرهم اسم يطلق على كل مضروب مدور من فضة. So every single stamped or pressed coin or currency that is made from silver. فإن كان من الذهب فهو دينار. And dinars are basically, so dirham, hopefully you can still see this. Dirham equals silver, and dinar equals gold. Okay. Now, why are weights used to measure this? It's so that people are not engaged in coin clipping, right? So you use weights because if you reduce the weight of your silver through coin clipping, that may not be visible to like the naked eye, but obviously after a little bit of time, if it keeps getting clipped, then it's going to make a difference on the scale with the weight. So therefore, this would ensure the value of the coin. And this is an example of you can see here a dirham from an earlier kind of generation. You can see this is what it would have kind of looked like. Now this is a sa' from al-Maghrib. Okay, it says here sa'un maghribiyun masnu'un min al-nuhasi. So it's made of copper liqiyasi zakat al-fitr. So at the end of the month of Ramadan, there's a tax that Muslims have to pay. It's called zakat al-fitr. Or sometimes zakat al-fitra it's called, but basically it's a zakat that's paid at the end of Ramadan to ensure that the poor can also basically eat a full meal on Eid. So this is from around 700 years ago, and it measures about 2,040 grams of wheat. Okay, so this is a measurement that's used for measuring wheat. Okay, and so I just wanted to give you, sort of an idea of exactly how things were being measured and what was being used and what it was like, so that you have like a better idea. But there's going to be an important problem, which I'm going to show you next.
Say you live in the Middle Ages and you're going to a market to buy grain. How would you know how much you get? That question's not as straightforward as you think. Measurement, just as currency, was a way for lords to assert power in territories they held. That means measurements were different for every city. They were also highly dependent on local climate and the kind of variety of grain you would find in a place. Much later, those varied measurements would be unified, but in France that didn't happen until 1789, and in some places not until 1790. One way of measuring grain in particular were measuring stones. Those were hollowed-out stones that held a certain volume and were used on all the markets in a particular city. Since they were used often, they eroded over time, and new ones needed to be chiseled every couple of years. Those were created from the original stones, which were kept in a safe place, sometimes in the city's main market halls or the halls of government.
So you can see here that there is no standard measurement. Like when I just showed you, this is a sa', this is a whatever, a ritl. All these different measurements. This would differ from town to town or country to country, such that when you would go, it was always like a sort of more ballpark figure. When we say it was different, we don't mean necessarily drastically different, but it wouldn't be exactly the same. So because if it were vastly different, you would never be able to do international trade. But obviously people were able to do international trade. But the point is, they were not thinking the way we do now, where it's like it better be the exact measurement, which is like standard and digitized and we can measure it precisely. It wasn't like that. It was more like, oh, this many barrels of, dates. It's like, well, how much is a barrel? It's like, yeah, I know how much a barrel is approximately, and whatever, good enough. So it's a little bit weird for us to think about in today's day and age, but I wanted to give you that sort of experience before coming back to explain the word qadara. Okay. So previously, when we said qadara shay'a bishay'i, okay, that he measured one thing by means of another, or using another, okay, by this other thing, okay. The importance of this is there's no standard unit of measurement. So therefore, this thing over here becomes the standard of measurement. Do you understand what's happening? Because I don't have a standardized metric system, what happens is the only way I can measure this thing is relative to this other thing. So I use this thing in order to measure the first thing. Does that make sense? So now I have another phrase that's also used by the Arabs, qadara, or qadara zaydun, for example, ala amrin athawba, which means Zayd made the garment according to Amr's measure. Or Zayd adapted the garment to Amr slash Amr's measure. Now, both of these, if you think about using the sa', right, where you have that measure for the grain, okay? Now, what happens is usually there's a greater amount of grain here, okay? And then you scoop it with the sa', right? You scoop this, and then you get a full sa', okay? And what happens is usually there's more of this left over. So meaning, let's say some of this was scooped into here, so now this much is left, and the rest of it is in there, okay? or maybe a whole lot is left, right? Usually, normally the thing that you're kind of scooping it with is going to be significantly smaller. So the point being is that there's this idea of sort of taking the greater, and then limiting it using some tool, right? Using a tool. Okay, that's sort of the idea here. But here's the question. Is there a difference, okay, between the two? Between قدر الشيء بالشيء and قدر or قدر زيد الشيء بالشيء or قدر زيد على عمرو الثوب, right? Is there a difference between bi and ala? Okay, that's what we're trying to understand here. So yes, there is a difference between them. The difference between them is the following. This first one, it's as if it makes the thing you're measuring accidental. Okay, so here I'm measuring a thing and I grab some other thing and now I'm using this other thing to now measure my first thing. Okay, whereas over here, that's this first one. Whereas with the second one, or rather, sorry, in the first one, it makes the thing that you're using to measure, okay, it makes this accidental. Okay, not the thing that you're measuring, but rather the thing that you are using as a means of measurement. It feels more accidental. Okay, whereas on this one, when you say قدر زيد الثوب على عمرو, right? Here, the ala adds the meaning that the thing you're using as a basis of measurement governs the thing being limited / adapted to fit the, i.e. to fit that measurement, but I don't have enough space now to write. Okay, so to explain just a little bit further, also perhaps maybe I should just fix them. This, I should say, the thing that you are measuring by. Okay, makes the thing you are measuring by, like by means of, accidental. Okay, whereas this, the thing that you're using as the basis of measurement, governs the thing being limited or adapted to fit. It's like a standard of measurement that you're now using. It has it's not accidental. It's like you purposely chose this thing specifically because you want the thing being measured to match it. Okay, on that basis. Sort of, I guess even in English you could think of this like Zaid made the garment on the basis of Amr, meaning on the basis of Amr's size. Okay, you guys understand? Do you feel that? I don't know if in English you can feel the difference. Okay, but it's like you're making this the basis on which this is happening. Okay, whereas over here, this is just the means through which this is just the means. Okay, it's not the basis. There's a difference between the basis and a means. So let me just clear the writing, and then hopefully I'll just explain a little bit further. Okay, so ala is normally بمعنى الاستعلاء, which means to be above something, right? نحو على الفلك تحملون. Okay, that you are born on the ships, i.e. the ships bear you. Okay, so this is the obvious meaning of ala, and this meaning is there in all of the other meanings of ala. Okay, it's like sort of even when ala comes in other meanings, this meaning of al-isti'la is sort of connoted, even if it's not denoted. Okay, ala can also come بمعنى التعليل نحو لتكبروا الله على ما هداكم. Okay, so that you may, this is an ayah of the Quran, so that you may magnify Allah on what He, here on means for the reason that He guided you. In other words, it's like in English when we say on the basis. On the basis, if we say on the basis of, kada, such and such, it means for that reason. Okay? That's sort of to like, as they say, للتقريب, to give you an idea, to help you understand exactly what is meant there. Okay? Also, I just wanted to clarify something that I just realized may have caused some confusion. When I said that ala in this ayah was للتعليل, right? I did not mean that this ala is also للتعليل. Okay, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ أي بسبب أو لأجل ما هداكم. But over here, you don't mean that you made the thobe, the garment, according to, say Amr, for his sake. Rather, what you mean is للإستعلاء المجازي. Okay, I was simply using this, as they say, للتقريب, to make the idea of like this idea of like on the basis. Right, I was trying to make that like more comprehensible with this example, not to say ala came in over here, but with بمعنى التعليل. Okay, so over here, as we said, it's للاستعلاء المجازي. This is supposed to be a meme. There we go. Okay. Which basically it means, so al-isti'la is the general meaning of ala that's there in all of the different usages. It's sort of there in the background, or the asl of it, from which the other meanings, you can say it's like the foundation from which the other meanings spring. And al-isti'la al-majazi, so al-isti'la al-haqiqi would mean, like, for example, if something is literally on me. Or for example, you can say like Zaydun ala as-saqf, right? Zayd is on the roof. Whereas if I say alayhi daynun, right? Upon him is a debt. So here I don't mean that a debt is literally like, here I am and there's like something called a debt. Okay, that's literally like on me. Rather, I mean that I have to carry it like a burden. Okay, in the same way that I would carry a burden. Whereas over here, when I say Zayd ala as-saqf, right, or Zayd is on the roof, I literally mean like, here's the roof and here is Zayd. Right, he's on the roof of the house. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. That over here you have al-isti'la al-majazi, but I wanted you to understand this idea that comes with ala sometimes of like, al-hakimiyya, right? Like that it is the judge upon another thing, that sort of idea. So over here, when you say qadartu thawba alayhi or qadartu alayhi thawb, what you mean is that you made the garment fit and on the basis of his size. So in other words, the thobe is agreeing with him. Okay. So anyway, I feel like I've beaten a dead horse with that. Hopefully you got it. If not, let me know in the comments. Now, one of the other usages for qadara in the language of the Arabs. When I say of the language of the Arabs, I mean in classical, in classical times. Okay, meaning in pre-Islamic Arabia in the time of the Prophet and so on. So they would say, for example, قدرت على الشيء, and this would be, the مضارع is يقدر. Some of them also say that يقدر also comes, يقدر or يقدر. Okay. قدرة, I guess I should say, قدرة, and قدرانا, and قدرانا, and قدرا. Right, so قدرت على شيء or يقدر in the مضارع, قدرة, that's one masdar, قدرانا, قدرانا, قدرا, مقدرة, مقدرة. There's many different masadir for this word because it's a common word. This meant pen's not working. I was able to do it, i.e. the thing. Okay. Now, how is it that we went from measuring things to now I'm able to do something? And here I'm going to explain to you one kind of theory that I have about this. So let me just clear the board. So this is something I'm only going into because it's related to one of the names of Allah, right? Al-Qadir. So I thought I would just go into it since I'm explaining what Qadr means. Even though it's not directly, this usage is not directly related to the poem. This last usage that I mentioned, قدرت على الشيء, I'm able to do something, that's not related to the to its usage in the poem. We already covered that in the previous usages, which I'm going to bring around full circle. But I figured, you know what, we're already this deep, so we might as well understand something about one of the names of Allah. So here's sort of my theory about the connection or relation between the two. There are other theories, so that's just a warning, but this is one that I think makes sense. So if you say قدر زيد الثوب على عمرو, okay, which is the same thing as you can say if you want to change this into زيد قادر الثوب على عمرو. That gives you the more general formula of زيد قادر الشيء على كذا. Okay, so you can think of this as thing one and thing two, which then allows you to say زيد قادر فعله على كذا. Okay, زيد قادر فعله على كذا. So what did we say قادر means? It means to take something greater, meaning let's say the total amount of your actions, and then you limit it according to this measure here. In other words, let's say I say, hey, can you lift X? Okay, can you lift it? So this is your total action, and then this is lifting X. And you're now basically saying that you are able to measure your action upon this basis, i.e. you're able to do it. In the same way that you're able to in the same way that you limit the thobe, the garment, to on the basis of Amr, okay, you can limit your action, meaning what you do, according to whatever the thing is that needs to be done. Okay? Does that make sense? So if that makes sense, then you can see in the final you get زيد قادر على كذا. And here, فعله is mahdoof. It's not mentioned, but it's implied. Meaning that when it says زيد قدر زيد على كذا, Zayd was able to do this thing, or like I said over here, قادر or يقدر. I'll explain why I use قادر in a second. زيد or, قدر على كذا. What's happening is there's actually a mahdoof here, which is فعله, his action. He is essentially delimiting his action according to the thing, whatever needs to be done. Okay. Now, why did I use qadir? Because that's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran. قادر على كل شيء. Right? He's able to do all things. So here, let me just erase this so you can see. أليس ذلك بقادر على أن يحيي الموتى. Okay? So what I'm suggesting is that what it's basically the original meaning of it, if you will, when this phrase is used in the meaning of someone is able to do something, what it means is they are able to delimit their action, فعله, and that this is mahdoof, but it's implied here on the basis of whatever the thing is that you're saying can be done. So you can make your action fit this, i.e. you're able to do it. In the same way you measure the garment on Amr, you measure your action on over here, giving life to the dead. Okay, obviously that's not something you and I can do, but that's something that it mentions in the Quran. And then likewise, for example, here when you have وَلِلَّهِ مُلْكُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاللَّهُ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Okay, this is فَعِيل بمعنى فاعل. Okay, so it's the same meaning of qadir, except fa'il adds the meaning that the attribute lasts for a very long time, meaning it's something you can say permanent in this case. Okay, although fa'il doesn't necessarily mean it's permanent, it just means it lasts a long time relative to the thing, but over here it means it's permanent. God is always basically able. Okay, so here, what is he basically able to do? Basically, قَدِيرٌ فِعْلَهُ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ, meaning he's able to delimit his action for whatever, for anything, i.e. he's able to do anything. So hopefully that theory makes some sense to you, inshallah. And just to bring this, so that it makes a little bit more sense to you, if you think about in English, when we say, I measured up to the task, right? What does that mean? It means I was able to do it. You guys see that? I measured up to the task. I was able to do it. So there's something similar that I'm trying to get at here. So if that makes sense, we're able to make sense of another word related to this jadr or root, which is qadar or destiny. Okay. So if I say, for example, قدر الله ذلك عليه. Okay. Once again, يقدر or يقدر قدرا and قدرا and مقدرة. This means Allah decreed or destined that thing or event, whatever, on him. And usually ala here will mean in the meaning of against him, but not necessarily. But usually ala means against him, meaning something negative, something that's difficult. And usually you would say قدر الله ذلك له, right? You would have lahu, which means for him, something positive. Okay. So here, ala here is coming in a different meaning than what we mentioned previously in terms of قدر الثوب على عمرو. meaning taking amr to be the basis of measurement. Here it means something against you. So the Arabs have a saying yawmun laka wa yawmun alayka. Okay, yawmun laka wa yawmun alayk means a day that's for you and a day that's against you. Literally a day that's upon you, but it means a day that's basically difficult, that you have to bear with difficulty, essentially. That's why they use on you instead of, in English we would say against you, but on you as in it's like a burden that you have to bear. Okay? And laka, can also mean, the lam also can mean belonging to you. So it's like your possession. You can do with it what you want. It's nice for you. It's something you're enjoying. It's something that you have power over. Everything's going well that day. So yawmun laka wa yawmun alayk. So here it's coming in this meaning. Okay, that it's against you. Okay, so but the main point here is that when I say qadar Allahu dhalika, okay, what it means is that God essentially basically. Sorry, I sort of lost my train of thought, but the point is that God here is now, basically taking this thing here and measuring it out against this person, because now it's a trial. Okay. And so hence the main point that I wanted to make here is that this decree and destination is still related to this root of measuring. Okay. Of measuring something out, of meting it out. That's the word I was looking for, to mete it out. So it's like God meted this thing out to him. He's measured and then meted it out accordingly for this person, or against this person in this case, on him, as a burden on him. Okay, so hopefully this is clear, inshallah. So I know I've beat a dead horse here, but there's a few more things I just want to mention specifically about the word qadr. على قدر أهل العزم تأتي العزائم. So here we say al-qadr is نقل المصدر إلى الاسمية بمعنى اسم المفعول أي al-maqdur. Okay, so I'm going to explain what this means. So if you notice, qadr was a masdar in many of the usages that I had given previously. Okay, so there was usually multiple masadir. One of them was qadr, and then sometimes it would be qadar, and then maqdara, and so on, right? So qadr is the basic masdar that by default most verbs have. Okay, and you can say originally all verbs should have had in principle if they were actually originally Arabic, but sometimes they fall out of use for different reasons. Okay, now what happens is sometimes the masdar gets transferred from the meaning of a masdar to the meaning of a thing with that name of the masdar that means ismul maf'ul, i.e. In this case, al-maqdur. So I wish I could give you a bunch of examples of this. Actually, I will give you an example of this. An example of this is al-khalq. Al-khalq literally means to create, right? Khalaqa khalqan. Khalaqa yakhluqu khalqan, right? So it means to create. But if I say, huwa fawqa al-khalqi ajma'in. Okay, هو أفضل الخلق أجمعين. هو أفضل الخلق أجمعين. What does that mean? It means that he is the greatest of al-makhluqat, of created beings. Okay, so this can mean this, or it can mean al-makhluqat. As in the case of, I say, هو أفضل الخلق أجمعين. Do you guys see how that works? So this is the original meaning, and then it gets transferred to therefore mean اسم المفعول المخلوقات أي الذي خلق. الذي خلق. Okay, this is something that commonly happens in the Arabic language. Okay, so qadr here originally is a masdar. قدرت الشيء على كذا قدرا. Okay, قدرت الشيء قدرا. Then it becomes transferred to اسم المفعول, i.e. الشيء, what? الشيء, which equals المقدور here means الشيء المقدور. Okay, so for example, if I say قدرت الثوب على عمرو, or perhaps a better example would be, let me give a better example here actually. If I say قدرت الحنطة بالصاع. Okay. فقدر الحنطة صاعان. Okay. So here I measured out the wheat using a sa', and the measure of the wheat is sa'an, 2 sa'as. Okay. So here, when I say qadr, I mean the amount that was measured out. al-maqdur. Okay. The measure of the hinta of the wheat was 2 sa', 2 sa'as. Okay, sa'an. So hopefully that makes sense, inshallah. Okay, and so therefore you say هذا قدر ذاك. Right? This is the measure of that. This is the same measure or / this is the like of that in quantity, quality, right? It is commensurate, proportionate. So this is another thing that I got to mention. So we're used to this whole time we've been talking about measuring quantity, but guess what? Since, as we mentioned before, you're not using a scientific instrument, you're now using a relative measurement. You're also able to use relative measurement to measure quality. Okay, the quality of one thing compared to another. You see? And so this first one, you could say, for example, هم قدر 100. Right? This is a lot. هم قدر 100. And as for quality, you could say why is my pen not working? Sorry about that. So you could say, for example, quality wise, جاوز قدره, which means, you know, he overstepped or went beyond his measure or limit, or his bounds, right? He's out of bounds. And it's similar to how when we say in English, you know, you're not up to it. You know, it's above your pay grade, right? And then there's other phrases, for example, that you know, if you that are maybe ambiguous. It could be either quantity or quality. For example, if you say أخذ بقدر حقه. Okay. أخذ بقدر حقه. He took as much as is his due or his right. Okay, do I mean as much as is due quantitatively, meaning someone owed me whatever, 100 dirham and I took 100 dirham, or do I mean qualitatively, as in I got revenge on him in a way that wasn't, you know, a one-to-one match, but qualitatively I caused him to suffer enough to satisfy my need for vengeance, for example. So this could be either quantity or quality, for example. Okay. So hence from here, from this usage, you can understand that Qadr can be used to mean your estimation, meaning your value or your worth. Okay, the measure of you as a person. Okay, your quality. Quality of you as a person. Okay, so i.e. a measure of your worth. Okay, so from this you would get someone who says, for example, ما له عندي ما له عندي قدر. Right, he has no measure, i.e. he is worthless. Okay. Meaning, if you were to measure him, you would get nothing. If you were to put him in the sa', if you were to put him in the mizan with the scales, okay, he would be a big fat zero, is what you're trying to say there. Okay, he's worthless. He doesn't measure up to anything, basically. Okay, so that's basically a very in-depth explanation as to what qadr means. Okay, and this, specifically this usage here, is going to be the relevant one when it comes to the actual bait of shi'r. The reason why I did a bit of a deep dive on this word in particular is because it is a word that is frequently used, and it's used in the Quran, and it's one of the Asma'ullah al-Husna. So for that reason, I figured a lot of you would be interested to get a deeper dive linguistically into what it means. But you're going to see this root pop up all the time. So now that you've captured the essence of what it means, understanding that it means to delimit a thing in the sense of to then make it fit a particular measure, and from that, these other meanings are derived. Of having the ability to do something, i.e. having the ability to delimit your action to fit and the measure of what it is that you're trying to do. The idea of doing it mentally, so to estimate something, so mentally you're now delimiting it so that you know what its bounds are and what it's, how much it is. So all of those meanings then are centrally related around this idea of measuring, of delimiting to fit a measure, and so on. So inshallah, I explained that very clearly, and hopefully that will be of benefit to you guys going forward. Okay, and just one last thing, maybe as a little bit of a correction. I've mostly been talking about how the root means to measure, but really, I've mentioned this before, the idea of this is actually a subset, you can say, of a greater You can say it's a subset of a greater idea, which is to delimit or limit, right? Meaning to, in the sense of giving boundaries to something. Okay. And this can be, physically, which it probably was originally. And then you get from that also mentally, which is where you get the idea of estimation, to estimate the amount of something, okay, or its worth, or whatever the case is. So really, to measure is just one example of this idea of this greater idea of delimiting or limiting. So inshallah that makes sense. And of course, physically I gave plenty of examples of that with the thobe, the garment being the primary example. So, and there's one more usage I think that I just want to mention. Again, I'm not mentioning every single usage here, even though it seems like it, but this is the one that I think will just help to settle in your mind this core meaning. So one of the other things the Arabs would say is muqtadar or muqtadarul tul. Okay, which means, like, for example, if you're talking about a man, it would be someone of middle stature / height. Okay, now why is that the case? Okay, well, because if you think about, like, once again with the sla', right? The sla' can be you can say like exactly full, or it could be short, or I mean you can't exactly do this with a sla', but sometimes like something feels like it's too much. Like let's say the wheat is like on top of here. Yeah, I guess you could do it with a sla'. So like the wheat is on top of here, and so it's like overflowing. It's more than the actual amount that you're trying to measure out, right? So you'd have to like clear this top part to actually get it to where it fits the sla'. So you have this sort of similar idea where, like, let's say you have a man's height and he's like short, versus if he's sort of like been properly measured out or apportioned, versus if he's like excessively tall. You know what I'm trying to say? So here is like the one that's been, kind of delimited, measured out, you can say, in that sense. Okay. So this is hopefully something also that clarifies that root meaning, inshallah ta'ala. So moving on to the next word, ala qadri ahl. What does ahl mean? So if I say ahala al-makanu ya'hulu uhulan. Okay, that means that a place was or became inhabited. It became inhabited it became peopled, or it became inhabited. Okay, the place became peopled, inhabited by people. And then you also have أهل الرجل يأهل or يأهل. This means he became peopled, i.e. he became with a family of his own, i.e. he got married. Why? Because at the start of a new family, what is the beginning pair? The mother and the father, or like the husband and the wife, right? Before there's any children. So basically, when you got married, you can say أهل الرجل, even though he doesn't have the rest of the family. The two of them now count as their own family unit, right? And that's the start. Later on, the little babies will come, right? But this alone is enough to now say he's become peopled, i.e. with his own family. Okay, and then later on it's going to include everyone. Hopefully that makes sense to you, the relation there between why this word is being used. And so therefore, if you have Ahlul Bayt, means the people of the house. Okay, if you say Ahlul Qariya, right, equals the people of the village. Okay, if you say Ahlul Qura, that could mean the people of the specific towns or villages, or, you know, townsmen / villagers in general. Meaning specific if there's like a context in which you're talking about a particular region, meaning the people of the villages and towns of that region, or if you just mean generally, you know, people who live in towns and villages. And so therefore you also get other usages like ahlul or ahlu madhabin, for example. So those would be the people who follow a particular madhab or position, point of view, school of thought. You have also from that Ahlus Sunnah, the idea of, you know, the people of the Sunnah, i.e. those who follow it, right? So these are more like, in a sense, like a physical meaning, whereas this now becomes, you can see it descends into more of like a ma'nawi meaning, or you know, whoops, I said as-sana instead of as-sunnah, whatever, you could see there. Whereas over here it becomes more, as they say, ma'nawi, meaning it's more of a like a conceptual, the people of so and so. So for example, you also say Ahlul Ilm. Okay, the people of knowledge / the scholars, right? Okay, so hopefully you understand that. And obviously, like when a man says ahli, right, which equals my people, that could mean my family, my tribe, my race, my, you know, co-religionists, depending on the context, what he's talking about. But basically, here's what it means: my people. Now, what does my people mean? It depends on what context he's talking about. Okay? Could mean any of these things. Now, the reason why I kind of went into this is because there was one usage of ahl that kind of confused me, because so far it's pretty straight. It means the people of whatever. I could have explained that very simply and then you would have gotten it and that's it. So the reason why I just explained it a little bit further was because there was a usage that used to confuse me and I want to relate the two. So sometimes this is a frequent usage. You could say, for example, huwa ahlun, right, likada. Okay, or like, for example, so this would mean basically that, you know, a person, or rather I should say he, okay, he is worthy of it. Okay, he is worthy of it, or slash entitled to it, fit for it, deserving. Right, so these are the ideas. Okay, and I said, okay, what does that have to do with people? Right, هو أهل لكذا. What does that have to do with all this other? Before we were talking about ahli, my people, the people of knowledge, the people of the book, the people of this, the people of that. What is now? How did the idea of worthiness get involved now here? Of being a fit, of being a match? How did that come? How did that come into the picture? Okay, so if I say, for example, هؤلاء, right, هؤلاء أهل هذا الرجل. Okay. What does that mean? It means هؤلاء أهل هذا الرجل. Means these people that I'm referring to are the people of the man, or rather of this man. Okay, that's this first part. Okay, as for the second part, let me just get the eraser, and we would say these people I'm referring to belong to, or rather, I should say, are a people who belong to this man. Okay, that's this second part here. So you can see how these two statements are basically equivalent here. By belong, I don't mean like in the sense of like slavery or something. I mean like, you know, they in the sense that they belong, they, you know, they're one people, they belong together, like how a family belongs, you know, kind of together. How, you know, the father belongs to a son and a son belongs to a father, you know, that idea, not in the sense of like literal, you know, possession of property. Okay, so if you understand that, this is now where, when you have a similar usage, right? أهل, right? هؤلاء أهل لهذا الرجل. هو أهل للحرب. Okay, he is like a people that belong to war, i.e., he is worthy / belonging to war. Okay, it's as if war is like the man, and war has its people, the people of war. So it's saying he is like a people who belongs to war. Does that make sense? And so therefore he is worthy of it, he's belonging to it, he is fit for it, he is a man of war. Okay? But also this usage of ahlun, like if I say huwa ahlun lil-ilmi, or let's just say a better usage. Let me just clear here. هو أهل لطلب العلم, right? Means he, or if I say even هو أهل للعلم, here it doesn't necessarily mean he's a person of knowledge, but he is worthy of knowledge / seeking knowledge, you know, being taught is what you're trying to say. He's worthy of being taught. He's ready to be taught. Okay? He's fit for being taught. So this becomes a secondary usage from the other usage of, like, for example, huwa, or hum, huwa min ahlil ilm. Right? He is from this category of people, those who are, the people of knowledge. And in fact, I actually think that this idea of belonging to, is actually the primary original meaning of ahl, and actually from that you got the people, the meaning of people of such and such. That this is actually of such and such. That this one is actually derivative from this. Okay, it's not the other. I don't think it's actually the other way around. That it was originally the people of such and such, then it meant this general sense of being worthy or belonging. It's more like, this is where you fit in. This is what you're worthy of your family. You belong to your family. This sort of idea. You're a match for your family. You're of them. That sort of idea. Okay, but I could be wrong. It's hard to determine which came from which. But that's just my sense of it, is that this was actually the original kind of thing. And the reason why I think that is just because there's other words for people in general, right? There's like unas and so on. So that's sort of part of why I think that. But in any case, hopefully you got the connection between the idea of being the people of such and such, and then this idea of like worthiness, belonging to, deserving, as if it's sort of you're of that category. You're like the people of that thing, which means that you actually have those skills, or at least you're worthy of it. You deserve to belong to that class, if that makes sense. Even if you don't actually right now, even if you're not actually a person of knowledge right now, you're worthy of being, of the people of that thing. Now, this is a little bit off topic, but since we're this deep into the meaning of ahl, I figured I would explain a usage that occurs in the Quran that confused me for a long time, and inshallah make that clear to you. Part of the reason why, by the way, like as part of, a side aspect of this poetry project, is I want to be able to have you see basically every word that occurs in the Quran, to see it used at least once in a context outside of the Quran, so that when you then read it in the Quran, you have some kind of like feeling for it. You have like more context for it. Do you get what I'm saying? Because the first time you hear what a word means, especially if it's being used in a very sort of niche way, or it's like sometimes the Quran is like very packed, so unless you already know what the word is, sometimes it can be hard to just kind of get a feel for it. So one of the purposes of, studying poetry is to have also a wider kind of ear for how a word is being used, so that when it then occurs in the Quran, you get a feel for it. You get what I'm trying to say? So anyway, point is, now that we're here, I figure I might as well explain something that personally had confused me. And then I, was able to understand it. Now, in this ayah, it describes Allah. It says, "Huwa ahlu taqwa wa ahlu al-maghfirah." Okay. Now, this confused me because ahlu taqwa is also a term that is frequently used in Arabic in the same meaning as ahlul ilm, the people of knowledge, the people of taqwa. Okay. Meaning those who have taqwa, right? The people, right? The people who have taqwa, which means, taqwa means to protect yourself, i.e., from God's wrath. Okay, now here's the problem. How is it that Allah can be described as ahlu taqwa when he doesn't fear or doesn't protect himself from anyone? Do you get what I'm saying? Let alone himself. So, like, what does that mean? Okay, and then usually ahl means the people, meaning it's a group, right? It's many people. So even in the case of ahlul maghfirah, right? If you like, once again, why is ahl being used? Here I could understand ahlul maghfirah in the same way of ahlul ilm, meaning he who has forgiveness, let's say. But why is it then being used in a plural? So inshallah, I'm going to make this clear. The second one is easier based on what we already covered. You can say, okay, huwa ahlun lil maghfirah. Okay, so he is worthy of forgiveness. But even then, I mean, it still kind of confused me a little bit. What do you mean he's worthy of forgiveness? No one has to forgive him. He's not seeking forgiveness. So what exactly is going on here? Now, what we'll clarify is if we look at these usages. Okay, so I gave you before ahlul ilm, which means basically the ulama. Okay, which is jama' of alim. So this is, basically bima'na fa'il. But what about ahlul bala, the people of tribulation? Okay, what does this mean? This means man buliya bil musiba. Man here is referring to a group. Okay, the group of people that have been tried by a tribulation. Okay, or a calamity, a difficulty. Okay, so therefore, this is bima'na al-maf'ul bihi. Okay. Now, if I give you another example, ahlun nusra. Here, it's actually not clear. Are the people here the ones? Nusra here, of course, means the people. Ahlun nusra would mean here the people of support, right? So nusra meaning that, like, basically you supporting someone in order to, provide them victory, essentially. Okay. So here's the question: are the ahl here the ones supporting, or are they the ones being supported? It's actually not clear unless you have a context. Okay, so it could be بمعنى الفاعل. الأهل هم الذين ينصرون غيرهم, i.e. هم الناصرون, أي هم الناصرون. Or it could be بمعنى المفعول. الأهل هم الذين ينصرهم غيرهم, أي هم المنصورون. So hopefully that's clear. You don't know if it's this one or this one just from the phrase alone. Whereas if you say ahlul ilm, it's hard to imagine them being like the thing known, right? That doesn't really make much sense. So therefore, for this, it would be clear that it's bima'na fa'il. Okay. Now, when you say ahlut taqwa, here usually it comes in the meaning of fa'il. Okay, the people of taqwa, i.e. the people who have taqwa, who protect themselves, fear God. Okay. But if you say huwa ahlun littaqwa, he is worthy of taqwa, here it means he is worthy of someone having taqwa towards him. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. Likewise, when we say huwa ahlun lil maghfirah, okay, here we can mean two things. He is either worthy of being forgiven, i.e. bima'na maf'ul, okay, or it can be huwa ahlun lil maghfirah, i.e. he is worthy of forgiving. Okay, he is suitable for forgiving, i.e. bima'na fa'il. Okay, so if we have that foundation, now it will become clear what is being said in the ayah. So when we look at the ayah here, you can see, let me just move this out of the way. Okay. So huwa ahlu taqwa, ay ahlun li an yuttaqa. He is worthy that he should be feared, or people should try to protect themselves from his wrath. Okay? And in the second one, وَهُوَ أَهْلُ الْمَغْفِرَةِ, i.e. هُوَ أَهْلٌ أَنْ يَغْفِرْ. So in this one, it's بمعنى فاعل. Okay. Whereas over here, it is بمعنى مفعول به. So, and in both of them, ahl means here worthy. right? Worthy of. You know, it belongs to him. So هو أهل التقوى وأهل المغفرة. Okay, now the next word in the thing على قدر أهل العزم تأتي العزائم. So I'm actually going to delay the analysis of what azm means, and we're going to jump to the second half. وتأتي على قدر الكرام المكارم. What does the root karama mean? Or, you know, kaf ra mim. What does that mean? What's al-karam? Okay, so this is from التحقيق في كلمات القرآن الكريم. The author says إن الأصل الواحدة في المادة, the unifying principle or the root meaning of this root, you know, the root of like I said, you know, or maybe I should put it like this: ka ram ra mim. Okay, so the root is huwa ma yuqabilu al-hawan. It is the opposite of al-hawan. Okay, and al-hawan basically means to lack weight or importance. I mean, to like basically, you know, something that carries no gravity and therefore is easily made light of and disrespected. Okay. إن الأصل الواحد في المادة هو ما يقابل الهوان كما أن العزة ما يقابل الذلة. In the same way that عزة is the opposite of ذلة, which he's going to explain in a second further. Okay. والكبر ما يقابله الصغر. Right, الصغر. Okay. So in the same way that kibr or arrogance, okay, what opposes it or is opposite to it is as-sighar. Okay, and I think he's going to explain that as well in a second. So I'll later on I'll just explain it now. So al-kibr means al-kibr. Al-kibru, it means basically pride or arrogance. Seeing oneself as big. Okay. And then you have as-sighar. I guess I should do this. As-sighar means to regard oneself as small. Okay. Or, you know, low in rank. Okay. So hopefully you guys, that's fairly straightforward. So he continues, وَالذِّلَّةُ هُوَ هَوَانٌ بِإِذْلَالِ مَنْ هُوَ أَعْلَى مِنْهُ. That الذِّلَّة is not just simply being, made light of or disrespected, but rather it's being made light of and disrespected by someone who is higher in status. In other words, someone who's to be put down, and humiliated by someone higher in status. Okay? someone who's higher than the person being made fun of, being put down, being humiliated. Okay? بخلاف الهوان. So he says that's in opposition to merely, lacking importance or weight or being made light of or disrespected, because there could be somebody who is of equal status to you or even less status than you that puts you down. Okay, and it's that he's not that it doesn't necessarily mean that you're being put down by someone who's higher in status than you. Okay, so he says فيعتبر في العزة مفهوم الاستعلاء والتفوق. Okay, بخلاف الإكرام. So remember, because الذلة is in opposition to العزة, العزة also contains this idea of الاستعلاء, one person being higher than the other in status. Okay, in the same way, ذلة has that اعتبار, has that dimension added to it. العزة also has that dimension added to it. Okay. بخلاف الإكرام, whereas إكرام does not have this idea of one person's status being higher than the other, and he's going to explain that further. So let me just clear the board so that we have space to write if need be. Okay, so just before we continue, since we've defined al-dhilla and we know that al-izza is the opposite of al-dhilla as he just mentioned, so because al-dhilla means al-hawan plus this idea of superiority. So Izza basically means the opposite of being made light of. It means, being given weight / having gravity plus, social superiority. Okay, being given weight / gravity plus having social superiority. Okay, that's important. Now let's go to al-karama. So he says, فالكرامة عزة وتفوق في نفس الشيء ولا يلاحظ فيه استعلاء بالنسبة إلى الغير الذي هو دونه. Okay, so let me just explain what he's trying to say here. So what he's saying is, al-karama is basically the same thing as izza, but minus this part. Meaning being given weight / having gravity / being superior in and of itself without regard to social status. So this might confuse you because you might think, well, being superior is synonymous with social status, right? Of having social superiority. No, there's other types of superiority which are not social superiority. Okay? So for example, if one painting is like more beautiful than another, that's a type of superiority that's aesthetic. Now, it might confer also social superiority as a result of that, because obviously the more beautiful something is, the more people are going to like it or whatever, but that's a downstream effect. In and of itself, the one painting or the one work of art is superior to the other work of art, regardless of, the social downstream effects of it. You understand what I'm trying to say? One person's skill in basketball may be better than another person's skill. You understand what I'm saying? So the idea that all superiority is social superiority, that's not correct. So here it's saying that this is being given weight, it's having gravity, it's superior in and of itself, okay, without regards to social status or other considerations, without regards to the person who's then therefore beneath the first person. So it's not this idea of the social hierarchy, right? It's saying that the thing is superior in and of itself, not in a social hierarchy way where this person here is better than this person down here. Okay, that is al-izza. This is describing al-izza, whereas this is just saying more in terms of human values. Okay, human values, what people in and of themselves appreciate or kind of intuitively see the worth of and the greatness of, if that makes sense. Okay, and another thing that's good that is usually karama is translated is with this idea of nobility, or kind of honor. And here, again, it's without regard to hierarchical superiority with respect to others. Okay? It is, for something to be worthy in and of itself, to be noble in and of itself, like a noble deed. Okay? So I guess let's move on to the next page. وَأَمَّا مَفَاهِيمُ الْجُودِ وَالْإِعْطَاءِ. So as for the concepts of al-jud, okay, al-jud is generosity, right? Generosity. Okay. Al-i'ta, which means to giving, or bestowing. Okay, and as-sakha, which means liberality in giving. So it's like similar to generosity, but to get into the exact difference between each of these, it will be too much. So you can think of this as liberality in giving, or munificence. Okay. As-safhi, which means kind of pardoning. Right, which is, when you say as-safha, right, it's like you're turning a page. Yeah, turning a page. So, someone did something wrong to you and you just kind of turn the page and, it's okay, forget about it. Don't worry about it. وَالْعِظَمِ. So this would mean, greatness. وَالنَّزْهِ. Okay, here this means like, let's say, purity. Purity, or purity of character. Okay. Let's say refinement. Okay. وَكَوْنِ الشَّيْءِ مَرْضِيًّا مَحْمُودًا. And a thing being, pleasing and praiseworthy or praised. وَكَوْنِهِ حَسَنًا أو مَصُونًا. So, this being like beautiful and good. Okay, this being, I guess I should have written this, but being pleasing, meaning satisfying. Praised. Okay. And masunan means basically protected. Maybe you could also say like inviolable. Inviolable. Okay. أو غير لئيم. Okay, not base or mean. So la'im would be to be base, meaning low. Not like the way people say base nowadays, but like in the original meanings, it be low or, ignoble. Okay. So what he's saying is all of these concepts, right? الجود العطاء السخاء الصفح العظم النزه كون الشيء مرضيا محمودا كونه حسنا أو مصونا أو غير لئيم. All of these are concepts related to al-karama. So it's encompassing such a huge semantic field, such a huge semantic range. All of these things are included in there. He's saying that these concepts, فَمِنْ آثَارِ الْكَرَامَةِ, they're from the effects of al-karama. Okay, they're from the downstream effects. They're not the actual concept of karama itself, but rather someone who is kareem will have all of these other things as downstream effects, meaning somebody who's noble or has, superiority of the thing in itself, right, is going to have all these other, concepts associated with it, depending on what we're talking about. Okay, but obviously in the case of a human being, these are all the other things that we're thinking of when we think of a superior human being. We don't just mean Genghis Khan, who is socially superior because he has the largest empire. We mean these other things that, he has generosity and pardoning and these other things. Okay, he's beautiful, he's good, praiseworthy. These are all things that sort of make a human being superior in and of itself, regardless of the idea of being superior to other people or in the sense of social hierarchical superiority. Material in that material kind of sense, not in a spiritual sense. In a spiritual sense, of course, so one person can be superior to another in that, you find him to be of a greater quality, Okay. So he says, فَمِنْ آثَارِ الْكَرَامَةِ وَمِنْ لَوَازِمِهِ. And it's from the effects of karama and from the things that necessarily accompany it or necessarily follow from it. It's necessary concomitants, as we might say. Lawazim could be necessary concomitants or concomitants. Things that stick to it, or things that stick to it slash hold. Maybe hold is the other things that it, hold to it. Maybe instead of hold we say hold to it. Okay, things that hold to it. Okay, they're always with it. That's the basic idea of lawazim. Okay, so let's just clear the board here so we have more room to write. He says, Amma sharafa. So, when we say someone is sharif, that's also another word that's similar to karama, like the nobility. Right? Sharif is similar to al-karim. So what's the difference between them? He's going to explain that now. فأكثر استعماله في علو وامتياز مادي. So he says that usually a sharafa or a sharif is used for, height or being one thing being higher than another in a material sense or in order to differentiate two material things. Okay. وعلى هذا لا يقال إن الله تعالى شريف. So on that basis, it is not said that Allah is sharif. You say Allah is kareem, but you don't say he's sharif. Now, as a caveat, of course, sharif is also used in terms of non-material, but it seems that its use in terms of non-material is like a secondary meaning that's derived from the material, meaning it's being used in a non-literal way, but the literal meaning is material, and then it gets used in a non-literal sense. Okay, whereas he's saying al-karama in itself is not, in its sort of original, is not material. Does that make sense? So both may be used, let's say, for material and non-material things, but the difference is the basis of this one, the asl of it is material, right? Whereas for al-karama, the basis of it is more of the ma'nawiyat, those conceptual and spiritual, you might say, things. Okay, and then he's going to explain his basis for thinking of this. وَيَدُلُّ عَلَى الْأَصْلِ قَوْلُهُ تَعَالَى وَمَنْ يُهِنِ اللَّهُ فَمَا لَهُ مِنْ مُكْرِمٍ. Okay, that whosoever Allah makes light of, or does ihana of, he basically makes light of him, puts him down, or makes disrespected, you can say, then there is no one who is going to make him noble, okay, or give him that nobility or superiority in itself, right? Once again, this isn't in a social hierarchy kind of way. It's more like the quality of a person. Okay. فَجَعَلَ الْإِهَانَةَ فِي قِبَالِ الْإِكْرَامِ. So he, meaning Allah, made al-ihana, this idea of, disrespecting or making light of, as the opposite or in opposition to al-ikram, making something noble. Okay. بحيث لا يجتمعان في مورد, such that they do not come together in the same place. Okay. فالمعنى الكلي الجامع في هذه الموارد واحد. Okay. That the overall meaning, the universal kind of the meaning that encompasses everything, okay, in all of these usages is one. Okay, المعنى واحد. That's مبتدا, that's خبر. Okay. وهو عزة في ذات الشيء من دون استعلاء بالنسبة إلى الغير. And he's saying that this universal meaning is al-izza, okay, in the thing in itself without regard to being superior relative to another person in a social hierarchy. Okay, which we already covered. Okay, so al-Mutanabbi in this first bait uses this madda, or this root, for two words, right? He says وَتَأْتِي عَلَى قَدْرِ الْكِرَامِ الْمَكَارِمُ. Okay, so al-kiram we're going to cover in a second later on. For now, I just want to focus on al-makarim. So al-makarim is the jam' of makrama, or makruma. Okay, which both mean a similar thing or the same thing. Means a noble deed or action, or a noble trait. Okay, now to be precise, okay, makrama is on the wazn of maf'alatun, which is a ta added to right. Now maf'al is called in the books of sarf ismu makan or ismu zaman. It can mean either the basically an ism that refers to a place or refers to a time. I prefer the name. I haven't seen anyone use this, but it should be really called ismu dharf. And the reason why is because the dharf encompasses both time and place, and depending on the usage, it can be either time or place. Okay, so to give you some examples of this, the clearest example is, for example, okay, طبخ means he cooked, right? And the matbakh or matbakhun equals a place of cooking, i.e. the kitchen. Why is it called matbakh? Because it's the place where a tabkh happens. Does that make sense? So if you understand this idea, and then sometimes it's also used for time. Okay, so this is an example of isim makan. Isim zaman, you can say, for example, you can say طلعت الشمس, right? طلعت الشمس, and then you have from that مطلع الشمس. Okay, which means the time that the طلعت الشمس means the sun basically appeared. Okay, it came up and appeared. And so مطلع الشمس would be the time when the sun comes up and appears. Okay, now let's just clear the board and now let's apply this once again to, let's say, makram. This would literally mean the time or place where karam, or that idea of nobility in itself, happens. Okay. Now, I'm not saying this is an actual word. I don't know if it's an actual word. I have to look in the dictionary to see if this is an actual word. Okay. But what I'm saying is this is what would, well, what did I, yeah, no, this is right. That's the lot. Okay. But what I'm saying is that from qiyas, from the other usages of, this is like theoretically what it would mean. Okay. Theoretically. Whether it was actually used or not, that's a different issue. But what I'm saying is that's what the actual wazn would, or the measure of maf'al would indicate. Okay. But I'm not saying this was an actual usage. I have to look it up. Okay, I actually don't think this was an actual usage. But the point is that from here we can understand that if we add the ta, okay, so plus ta, so we get makrama. Okay, makramatun. Here, this ta, one of the meanings of the ta would be ta al-wahda nahu tamr, tamrun, tamratun. What is the difference between these? Tamr means any amount. It's the ism jins. It's called ism jins jam'i. It basically means any amount of dates, whether it's one, whether it's a whole batch, whether if you have like a whole batch, whether it would be like some of it. Okay, this can refer to any of the above. Okay, whereas tamra refers specifically to one. Okay, it's specifying that there's only one. Okay, so this would be something like an instance, a singular, let's just say a singular instance of a time or place that, you know, basically an action or trait that is noble in itself manifests. Okay? So that's basically what this means. Hopefully you guys followed that chain of logic. Maybe the weak part in the chain here is if you don't understand the connection between tamr and tamratun, basically what's called ismu jins and jam'i, versus, you know, basically when you have ta'ul wahda delineating a single instance of that greater thing. I may, if that's not clear to you, let me know. Inshallah, maybe I'll make like a supplemental video to explain this concept. Although I think I did explain it in the children's book that I was reading, so maybe you can go there. I think I explained it in greater detail over there. Inshallah, that can be something I can maybe reference in the description later on when I look into it, inshallah. Okay, the last thing that you should know, just before I close this out, is that sometimes this measure is used as a masdar, and that's where you get the idea of al-masdar al-mimi. So let me just clear this so that I can explain that. Actually, you know what? I may have to erase this manually. Okay, so this wazn, okay, of maf'al is also used, I should just say here, maf'al. Originally, it's used as I said, ismu dharf, which means ism makan or ism zaman, which I like calling it ismu dharf, even though I haven't seen that actually in any of the Nahu books. I think they should call it that. It has from here the meaning of becoming masdarun mimiyun. Okay, masdarun mimiyun. Okay, and what that means is it basically has the same meaning as a masdar. Okay, so an example of that is if I say, for example, sorry about that, I was having trouble with the pen. Najaha الرجل في سعيه. سعيه. Or if I say نجح الرجل في مسعاه. Okay, مسعاه. These two will mean the same thing or almost the same thing. Okay, which means that the man was successful in what he strived towards, in his striving. Okay, in his striving. So how is it that we went from ismu dharf to al-masdar al-mimi? It's because of the idea that the time or place in which this as-sa'i manifests indicates the masdar itself, indicates as-sa'i. In other words, you can't have a mas'a, a place where a sa'i or striving occurs, without striving occurring. Does that make sense? You can't have, matla'u shams, the time or place in which the shams is coming out and appearing, without tulu'i shams, without the sun appearing. So therefore, the time or place in which something happens indicates that the thing is happening. And so therefore, the dharf, the circumstances in which the thing happens, is indicating that the masdar is occurring. So you get that, then this therefore being used in place of the regular, you get this then being used in place of the normal masdar, as occurs right here. Mas'ahu means the same thing as sa'ihi. Okay, and there's many other examples I can give of something similar. Maybe just one more example so it sticks in your mind. You can say something like al-adlu talabun nas. Okay, so justice is the request or what people want. Okay, and you can also say al-adlu matlabun nas. Okay, say it with a similar meaning. Okay, that justice is what people are seeking. Okay, with here al-adl, the idea being al-adl is in this dharf. This is, of course, all conceptual, right? But this would be, the idea is in a dharf, is in a place, a time or place that is talabun nas. Okay, it's contained in this place where people's seeking is occurring. Does that make sense? That's basically the idea, and so therefore it is the idea being that therefore it is the what people are seeking. Okay, so let me clear the board again so that I can then explain how we go from this idea of maf'al to maf'ala. But that part is going to be simple. The idea, once again, of the ta is going to be a singular instance, because generally when you're talking about a masdar, you can be talking about a singular instance of a thing contextually. Okay? So the idea is kind of similar to how, a dharb equals hitting and a dharb equals a single instance of hitting, which means a hit, right? A single hit, a single strike, right? So, so therefore, you also get the idea of, for example, fi kitabika naf'un li. In your book is a benefit for me. And then you can say also fi kitabika manfa'un li. Fi kitabika manfa'atun li. Okay, and this is also mentioned as a masdar, meaning with the same meaning of naf'. or as I say, a very similar meaning, I should say. The linguist will say it has the same meaning, but I'm of the opinion that actually each one of these has like a very slightly different connotation, but effectively like the second order meaning, if you know what I mean, like the actual idea at the end of the day ends up being the same, if that makes sense. It's just more like I think there's the original meaning is still connoted. That's the way I would put it, but that's a deeper discussion for another time. Now, where did we go with all of this? Why did we do all of this? What I was explaining was this idea of makrama being a single instance, okay, of the time or place in which karam or nobility in and of itself occurs, okay, and is therefore a single action or trait that is noble. Okay, that's basically the idea. But what I'm trying to do is build within you an understanding of the awzan, of the measures in ilm al-sarf, in Arabic morphology, to understand the connotations of the specific measure that's being used, because this is what's going to build you as someone who understands the language very precisely, and is going to help you later on when you're when in certain areas where you may get confused. What's the difference between this or that? Or you're not understanding something exactly precisely. This is sort of what is going to build you. So inshallah, you guys appreciate it. If not, if this level of analysis is too much, it's too advanced, it's too hard, it's too long, whatever the case is, I can shorten it. Just give me the feedback, but inshallah, you guys will find this useful. Some of these words, the reason why I'm doing a deep dive is because these words are going to be manifold in their uses. You're going to see them everywhere, and also they're from Asma'ullah al-Husna, so you want to really have a deep understanding of some of these ideas, some of these concepts. Because, for example, so we just explained what makrama means. And then makarim is the jami' or the plural of makrama. Okay, so this helps you understand now the idea, the hadith, the famous hadith, إنما بعثت لأتمم مكارم الأخلاق, right? That I've only been sent to complete the makarim of akhlaq. But now you have an idea of what makarim means at like a very deep level, inshallah. Okay. So now we will move on to the next something conceptual, and then we're going to come back to al-kiram and al-azaim. Okay, and what exactly those mean. Okay, so now I'm going to go on a little bit of a detour in order to explain precisely the meaning of al-azaim and al-kiram. Okay, and remember, guys, because this is the first poem, there are certain like foundational things that I have to teach. But later on, I won't have to repeat them every single time. So you can think of like the progress as kind of, an exponential curve. At the beginning, it's slow, but then later on, we'll be going through the poems, inshallah, much faster. So without further ado, let me just get into this. So in this, if we read these two sentences, okay, at the post office, the folder's job is to fold the envelopes in thirds, versus the second sentence, put it in the folder in the cabinet. Now, this you probably understand right away. The folder here, for example, you have just that, folder that you put on in the cabinet, right? So this is a thing, okay? A folder is the name of a thing. But normally, when you have ER added in the English language, it makes something ism fa'il. So, for example, you have to write, right? And then you have a writer. What is a writer? Someone who writes, right? So, but interestingly enough, here in English, even though it's a folder, you don't actually think of it like folding anything, really. You just think of it as a thing that goes in a cabinet, right? Could have been called anything else for all you care. So you don't really perceive this original meaning of to fold. Okay. Whereas over here, when I say the folder's job is to fold the envelopes, okay, this is either a person or a machine, and its job is to fold. Okay. So here you perceive the original verbal meaning of to fold within the word, whereas within the noun, right? But over here, you don't really perceive that at all. So in Arabic, they would say that this is closer to al-ismiya, basically just the name of a thing. And this is closer to what would be called al-wasfiyya, a description of a thing. Okay, now hang on to this and let's continue, and then I'm going to wrap back around this concept. So if you think of the following words, okay, when you think of a knife, a book, a glove, you don't really think of a verbal meaning at all. These are completely here in this camp, al-ismiya. They're just things, they're called that, okay? You don't really perceive a verbal meaning to these, okay? Even if you do have like verbs that can be made of them. So for example, to knife someone means to stick a knife in them, right? But this verb is actually like derived from the object itself, not the other way around. Do you get what I'm saying? Well, I guess I should put the arrow the other way, right? It's actually, this is directionally how it goes, right? You just made a verb out of the actual object itself, if you get what I'm saying, which is different than, for example, to write and a writer or whatever. So in English, this is very common, okay? But if you think of, for example, a buzzer, okay? A buzzer is a thing, but like, what really is it? It's basically anything that buzzes. You think of it more in terms of its function and what it does and the sound it makes. So it's not like there's not really necessarily like a specific object that comes to mind when you say buzzer. A buzzer, you could just say about anything that buzzes. You think of it on any game show. It could look different. It could, even sound different. But as long as it's buzzing, you would say, oh, that's like a buzzer. Okay. So there's still like this idea of al-ismiya. There's still some objectness to it, right? But it's more of a description of what the thing does. If you think then about a loudspeaker, okay, you still perceive, even though it's a thing, you still perceive that like something about its function, it's amplifying sound. That's what a loudspeaker is. It's what it does. It is what it does, right? You still perceive that in English. Likewise, when I say I have a printer, right? Like a printer attached to your computer. That's like a thing. You can think of it in your mind, what a printer is, what it looks like, but you still perceive that idea of what is a printer? Oh, it's a thing that prints, right? You still perceive that sort of active element to it, right? The verb in it, right? When it comes to something like an antenna receiver, less so. You think of that more of like a static object, but you still feel like a little bit, okay, like it's receiving something, it's receiving a signal, right? So less than a printer, but you still kind of think, yeah, okay, I still feel that like somewhat. When it comes to a folder, like what we mentioned here about the cabinet, that's almost entirely gone. It's called a folder, it has the ER, but you don't really perceive anything to do with folding when you think of a folder, okay? And then, of course, by the time you get, so basically by the time you're like over here, all you're thinking about is in terms of al-ismiya, right? It's just an object, it's just a thing. You don't really perceive or feel the verbal element to it at all, okay? Now, in Arabic, okay, foreign words typically get imported directly as names. So basically, like you can say like here, okay? So for example, the word, firdaus. Okay, this is originally a Persian word that came into Arabic through Aramaic. Okay, and it's actually the same word in English that we have for paradise, right? Paradise. If you see the fa is the same thing as the p because the Arabs couldn't pronounce the p, so anytime there was a p, it got changed into a fa. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation there. The r with the ra, the d with the dal, right, and then the s with the sin. Okay, so it's actually the same word. This is not an original Arabic word. It is a word that became Arabized. Okay, Arabized. Or you can say, kalimatun musta'raba. It's not letting me write a dot here under the bat. There we go. Okay. So that's foreign words. However, the vast majority of the vocabulary are original Arabic words, meaning they're rooted in the Arabic language, or at the very least in the Semitic family. Okay, so maybe it came into Arabic through the Hebrew or the or Aramaic, Syriac. Did I say Aramaic here? I think Aramaic or Syriac. The word firdaus came from either Aramaic or Syriac into Arabic, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that if something is but it's originally a Persian word. So just to be clear, this is a Persian word. Firdaus is a Persian word. What I was saying is that the majority of vocabulary in Arabic is originally, you can say quote unquote like pure Arabic, or at the very least imported from an actual Semitic sister language. And so therefore it's more easily quote unquote Arabized. Okay. Now, because that's the case, words in general are more strongly related to their verbal meaning than in English. Okay, in English is, as they say, a bastardized language, which means that basically it's a Germanic language at root, but the majority of the vocabulary is actually foreign. It's Latin and French based. You have a bunch of sometimes maybe Gaelic words, Greek words, even Arabic words, like all kinds of things just got mixed in there. And the language has changed like so much that it's, hardly recognizable from its German root, if you get what I'm saying. So it just becomes this hodgepodge. And so for that reason, words, you cease to see the relation between like the names we give to objects and like some kind of original linguistic meaning. Not all the time. So for example, a computer is, a thing that computes. You kind of, you sometimes have that, but even to compute, that's not an original English word. So in general, in English, that relation between like verbal meanings and root words and like things we call objects is very much broken down. But in Arabic, that's very strongly felt. Okay? So you can see here, we have this kind of spectrum of al-wasfiyya, right? And you come down to al-ismiyya, right? So in order to solve a problem, which is that when I'm saying a word and you can feel the verbal meaning in it strongly, how do I basically make it more of just the name of an object versus more of a description? How do I, is there a way I can push something closer towards this pole or closer towards this pole? Okay. And basically the way the ancient Arabs got around this is by using certain awzan or measures, like in ilm al-sarf, the different awzan. They use them for words when they want to put something more in like the name category, al-ismiya, versus if they want it to be more description related, okay, or al-wasfiyya. Okay, and even al-wasfiyya, you have like two kinds of like description. You can even say over here that there's another thing, which is like, al-fi'liyya, more closely related to its verbal meaning, like action happening, right? Al-Hadath, right? So this is still going to be a description, okay? Because as long as something is an ism and not a fi'l, you're talking about, a thing or an adjective, a description, right? But the point is, this is more like, you can think of this as like, let's say you say something is red, okay, versus something is reddening. What does reddening mean? It means it makes other things red. So here you feel like there's like an active element, right? More like an active element, that something's still happening, ongoing, something like that. Whereas over here, you think of it more like stable, okay? So these are still both, you can say like descriptions, but so these you can put in one box as like, descriptive. And then on the other pole, you have al-ismiya. But even within this, you have this kind of distance, you can say, from this active kind of element of something, feeling like a verb, like action is happening. Okay, so they use different awzans to place things on this entire spectrum. So either something closer up here, something up here, something over here. They have different awzan to navigate that. Okay, and so that's basically what we're going to get into now. Okay, so let me just clear the board here. Okay, so I just wrote this in a way that's maybe a little bit more easy to understand. You have al-wasfiyya al-fi'liyya, meaning some kind of active description. Then you have al-wasfiyya al-thabita, and then you have al-ismiyya. Now, something important to note as well is that if a word is from an original Arabic root, you never totally get rid of the sense of the original, like as I say, lamhul asl, the feeling of like the original kind of root meaning of it. Only if a word is foreign do you really have that in Arabic. Otherwise, someone who is linguistically acute will still kind of sometimes sense that like original meaning. Although maybe if something is like used very, very frequently, that goes away. But like what I'm trying to say is that that's present more so in Arabic than in English. Okay, so it's not that you'd like totally move something into the ismiya category, but it's that you move it closer to that. So hopefully that's like comprehensible, to you. So anyway, so I just wanted to give like an example so that this becomes like clear. So to give an example, imagine I'm working at, some warehouse or something, and I need something to open, some barrels. Okay, I got some barrels in my warehouse. I need to open them. I'm looking for something to help open them with. And let's say I come across a crowbar, and I don't know its name in Arabic, and I'm speaking Arabic, okay? And I grab the thing. It looks like it might work. I go, I try it, I use it, and I'm able to start opening barrels, okay? And then I say, هذا الشيء فاتح البراميل. Okay? This thing is the opener of barrels. What do I mean by that? I mean يفتح البراميل. Okay? So here, the word fatih is basically very close to the verbal meaning. You understand? I'm describing the thing by what it does, like basically by the verbal meaning. I could almost just replace fatih with yaftahu. هذا الشيء يفتح البراميل. You understand that? Like you can just interchangeably change them. Okay? And it gives a very, very similar meaning. Is there a slight difference? Yes, but it gives a very similar meaning. So that's the point. It's closer. It's in this pole. Okay? Of al-wasfiyya al-fi'liya. Okay? Now, what about, for example, Surah Al-Fatiha is often called Fatihatu al-Kitab. Fatihatu al-Kitab. And this became like a stable name for it. Okay? Here, even though it's being called that because it's what you open the book with, it's the first surah of the Quran, right? There's a sense in which it just became like the name of the thing. So it's more like over here. Okay? It's more like a description. It's what it's just what you open the book with. It becomes a stable name sort of for the surah. So you think less in terms of, it's still, the verbal meaning is still there, but you think less in terms of that. Okay? And the reason for that is because ta'ut ta'nith can sometimes be just the same as fatih, but for something that's feminine. So, for example, if I say, instead of هذا الشيء فاتح, if I say هذه الآلة فاتحة, فاتحة البراميل. Okay, here I have the exact same meaning. The ta is just للتأنيث. But sometimes a ta is added in order to move something towards al-ismiya, move something down the pole. Okay, and that's what's happening here, because Fatiha can mean equals any kind of opening chapter of a book or preamble. You can even use this in other than the Quran. You just say Fatiha. It means the preamble, the beginning part. Okay, what the author began with. Okay, so it moves closer in this direction, you can say. Now, if I use the wazn of ismul ala, right? Mif'al. That's one of the awzan of ismul ala, right? And I say miftah. Okay, this becomes a key, right? Which is now closer here to al-ismiya. Okay? So when someone says miftah, yes, that original verbal meaning, because the root of fataha is still there, you can still, as they say, lamhul asl, you can still, sense that original meaning. But in practical everyday life, people just, when you say miftah, their mind immediately goes to a specific object, a key. Okay? And so this is very close to what you might say of al-ismiya, similar to a folder, how we said before. Okay? Where it's just like an object of a thing. Of course, a folder is a bit different because even here you don't really feel anything to do with folding at all. Okay? But over here you still do. A key is what? It's a tool that opens. Okay, because it's on wazn of ismul ala, so it's a tool that opens. That's why it's on this wazn. Okay, because the wazn means that it's a tool, and fataha means that it opens. Okay, so putting those together, a tool that opens is equal to a key. So in English, a key is not related to the verb to open at all. So it's like, just kind of, there's no relation between the two. But in Arabic, that relation is still there. Okay, but when you use this wazn, it's pushing it more in this direction. Do you understand what's going on? So the different ozan can basically move you different places in the spectrum. And by the way, the opposite can also happen. You can also kind of move this way. Although normally you think of things in terms of their verbal meaning as at the root. But the point is that different ozan, they can place you on a different place in the spectrum over here. Is this like a mathematical rule? No, it's like a rule of thumb. Okay, it's like a rule of thumb. You can think of it like that. So I'm just going to give, you can say maybe another kind of quick example or whatever of it. And inshallah the mas'ala will become clear, and then we can move on to explain al-azm and other things that we need to get to. So if I say sajada zaydun yasjudu sujudan, then what it means is basically this.
Allah, Allah.
Right, so to prostrate in the manner that I just showed, and therefore derivative meaning is to become lowly, humble, submissive, right? Now, I can also add here, sajada zaydun yasjudu sujudan, fahuwa sajidun, right? So he is a prostrator, okay? Now, I can have a jama', which the jama' mudakkar salim. If I say, for example, here, let's get our thing back where we said our little chart. Okay, so if I say rijalun sajiduna, okay, this is going to be closer to this pole. If I say rijalun sujjadun, this is going to be like up here, plus, so yadullu, so fu'al يدل على وزن فعل يدل على كثرة القيام بالفعل plus al-Hadath. So you feel it's closer up here, plus it gives us additional meaning that these guys are doing sujood a lot. Plus al-haraka al-zahira. Okay? So this fu'al is giving dalala on three things. That this is happening a lot, right? Whatever the madda is over here, it's, in this case, it's prostration, right? Sujood. That's happening a lot. That there's like this kind of idea of tajaddud, or the active element. It's happening, so that puts it closer up here. Plus, it tells you about the outward appearance of the thing. Okay? If I say rijalun sujudun. Now, if you notice, this is the same wazn as the masdar. So what does this tell you? يدل على حقيقة السجود. Okay? على حقيقة السجود. Okay? يدل على حقيقة السجود. So what does that mean? It means that it comes closer not just to the outward appearance of sujud, but this over here, what I mentioned before, that inwardly they are humble and so on. So this becomes closer to like here. I'm not going to say it's thabita, because thabita means that they're always like that. Normally you would use like the wazn of fa'il for something like that, okay? That's for a sifa thabita. But the point is it's moving it closer in this direction, okay? It's not so much about like the fact that they're actively and always doing it and you're feeling this idea of like, you know, bombastic, it's happening and there's, you know, in front of you and the outward and, you know, there's action going on. It's more about the reality of an inward and outward, and so it's more like closer to what we get here. Okay, so hopefully that's you know, understandable. Now let me clear the board and then I will give you something that's going to be closer over here from the same madda. So if I say, well, nakhlatun sajida, this is what it means. Okay, so here's a regular palm tree. And what happens is when a palm tree has an abundance of dates, okay, so it's full of fruit, then it bends downward. You can see here that it kind of comes down, okay? And so the Arabs would say, nakhlatun sajida. Okay, so this is what it's referring to. Now, something else that's I just found interesting that the Arabs would say is as-safinatu tasjudu lirrih. Okay, lirrih. And this is basically what you're going to see here. So you can see here the boat tips sideways because of how strong the wind is. So this is how the Arabs would describe it. Safinatu tasjudu lirrih. Anyway, coming back to a nakhla or a shajara. So in order to do the jama', right? What the Arabs would sometimes say is nakhlun sawajidu. Sawajidu, because this is mamnu' min as-sarf. Okay? Nakhlun sawajidu, or shajarun sawajidu. Okay, describing that picture that I showed earlier. So this is closer to, you might say, like al-wasfiyya al-thabita. Okay, something closer like that. You still feel that action component, like they're actively, you know, doing sujood, but you know, it's something that's there for like a long time, so you feel like it's closer to this kind of pull. As for something that's closer to, you might say, like al-ismiya, would be an example of that, would be, for example, if you just say, you know, nazala zaydun fil makani fahuwa nazilun. Okay, what does this mean? Nazala fil makan. It means that he was traveling and then he came basically and you know, stopped at the place and dismounted. Okay, dismounted from his horse or whatever, and then he possibly also means that he then therefore stayed for a long a period of time, or permanently in a particular place. Okay, so the idea is it's descending and then you're staying there for a period of time. Could be short, could be long. Okay, so here the meaning of nazil means right now he's basically you know, has descended you know, to this place, or he's actively staying in the place. Okay, meaning he wasn't there before and now he's there, and you know, it's the beginning of when he stayed there. So it could, you know, let's say he's traveling, here is the end of his travel, so now he may stay for a short time, he may stay for a long time, right? We don't know how long. The point is, you can describe him as nazil either at the beginning here or, you know, throughout this entire period. Okay, now, so this has the closer to this verbal meaning. Okay, he's actively doing it. Okay, whereas if I say say something like atat al-qawma nazilatun min al-nawazil. Okay, what does this mean? there came to the people, okay, a calamity. Okay, what is a nazila? It means a severe calamity or affliction that befalls men. Okay, let me just write that up here. A calamity or affliction that befalls men. Okay, or people. Now, befalls here. Sorry for this is like not even legible. Hang on. Befalls. Okay, sometimes with the pen, it just, it messes things up. Plus, my writing isn't that neat to begin with. But anyway, so you can still feel the original meaning of to descend here from nazala, right? That's present in here. Okay, but this is a thing. It's describing a thing. Why? As we said before, the ta here can push you down towards closer towards al-ismiya. So a nazila here is closer to al-ismiya. It's like basically the name of a thing. And this wazn al-fawa'il, right, is often used for غير العاقل. One sec. غير العاقل. Okay. And it usually pushes closer towards al-ismiya. Okay, or al-wasfiyya thabita, as we mentioned. So this is basically how now you understand that this has gone from the verbal meaning, although like once again you still have lamh al-asl, you still feel that idea of befalling, right, from the original meaning of nazala, but now it's become a calamity. Okay, you've named it as a thing, a calamity that befalls men. Okay, and so that's what this is referring to. That's what the ta added here, and that's why it's the jami' is on fawa'il, in order to preserve this meaning of al-ismiya, okay, or closer towards that pole. If all of that's understood, we can move on. Okay, so keep what I said right now in the back of your mind, and we're going to bring it back in the forward in a second, but right now we're just going to cover the basic meaning of azama first. So if I say, for example, azama زيد على فعل كذا, or let's say فعل الشيء, okay, يعزم, عزم يعزم, and here we have a bunch of different masadir. The basic one is just azman. Oh, was I muted that whole time? Okay, whatever. So عزم زيد على فعل الشيء يعزم, that's the mudari', it's with a kasra, and then you have عزما, عزما, عزمة, عزمة, you have عزمانا, and you have a couple of other ones, but you don't have to remember all of the masadir anyway. By the way, you don't have to memorize all of these masadir anyway. I just sometimes just list them just so you get exposure to them. But usually the only one that you'll see used is probably this one, azman, okay? Or al-azm, right, in general. And what it means is that Zayd resolved to do the thing. Okay, so it means to resolve. Okay, al-azm is resolve. Okay, now, so what about al-azaim? Okay, al-azaimu is the jam'u azimatin. Okay. Now, this is on the wazn of fa'ila. Fa'ila. Okay, which is equal to fa'il plus the ta. Okay, what does fa'il mean? Fa'il means ثبوت الصفة. It means that you have a descriptor that is true of the thing being described for a long period of time. Okay, and it can come بمعنى فاعل نحو خطيب. Okay, what is a khatib? It means someone who gives a khutbahs a lot. Okay, so obviously the fa'il, ism fa'il here would be khatib, which means someone who's then speaking, and someone who does that all the time is a khatib. So it becomes a sifa thabita. It means this is true of him in general. This is something that is always with him. It's not that he can sometimes speak or whatever. It's that he is now a speaker. Okay, someone who, an orator. Okay, and you also have بمعنى مفعول نحو مجروح. What does مجروح mean? أي الذي جرح, the person who's become injured. Okay, sorry, it's not نحو مجروح, نحن جريح. Sorry, جريح. Right, so jarih is basically means someone, if you just say someone's majruh, it could mean that they just got injured with, like, say, like a light flesh wound. Whereas if you say jarih, it means that they're now injured for a long period of time. Does it mean permanent? It could mean permanent. Okay, but not necessarily. Let's say someone breaks a bone and now they're in the hospital for 6 weeks. You can describe them as jarih. Why? Because as far as injuries go, 6 weeks is still a long time for recovery, as opposed to, for example, a small flesh wound. For like a small flesh wound, you could say majruh. Okay, but for something like a bone injury that's going to take now weeks for you, or let's say a permanent disability, you would use jarih. So the point is that fa'il doesn't necessarily mean something is permanent, but it means that something doesn't just like come and then go. Okay, it's not like just some passive thing. It just happened and then it goes away. It's something that's stable for a period of time relative to the thing. Okay, so relative to the thing. It could be permanent, meaning it could go on forever. Like, for example, qatil. Okay, qatil means someone, maqtul, it means someone who is killed. That means from that time that they got killed onward forever, that this doesn't change. Okay, it's permanent. Okay, but there are other things that do change. For example, you might say طفل صغير. This is بمعنى مفعول. This is بمعنى فاعل, right? So طفل صغير, it doesn't mean he's permanently going to be small. He'll grow up, but it's going to take years. So relative to, let's say, the human lifespan, this is something that's going to take a long time. So fa'il basically means that the sifa is going to be there for a long time. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Could be permanent, could be not permanent, but that's depending on the context. That tells you basically what whether it's permanent or not. Okay, not from the actual wazn itself. The wazn itself is just telling you it's there for a long time relative to the thing, to the subject matter. Okay, so with that, let me just clear some things, and then I'll come back to azima. Okay, so we know what fa'il means. What does the ta mean? Okay, the ta can have one of two meanings. Okay, مؤنث فعيل نحو كريم, or we might say like رجل كريم وامرأة كريمة. So here, Karim and Karima mean the exact same thing. It's just that because the mawsuf here is a female, so you're adding the ta lit ta'nith. Okay, so here no additional meaning has been added, but there's a second meaning that can be added. Okay, al-ismiya. So it adds al-ismiya to fa'il. And this results in, I'm going to have to move this here. This results in, okay, ما يؤخذ I've only seen examples of this if فعيل is بمعنى مفعول, but there may be examples where it's بمعنى فاعل. Okay, ما يؤخذ للفعل. Okay, what's an example of this? نحو ذبيح. So what does ذبيح mean? It means مذبوح, something that has been killed. Okay, or sacrificed, you can say. Not just killed, but sacrificed. Slaughtered, I should say. Slaughtered or sacrificed, okay? Or slaughtered for sacrifice. In general, it actually just means slaughter, okay? So it's something that's been slaughtered. And ذبيحة equal مذبوح. Okay, so a thing that's been slaughtered. And then ذبيحة ما يؤخذ للذبح. Okay, something that's taken for the purpose of being slaughtered, even if it has not yet been slaughtered. Okay, so ذبيح you would normally say about something that's already been slaughtered. But ذبيحة is like, let's say you have a lamb or whatever, and you're going to slaughter this lamb. Okay, so you would call it ذبيحة, even though it's still alive. Does that make sense? Because now it's a thing. You have the thingness of it. So this is what it is now it is something that I'm going to slaughter. It's going to be taken to be slaughtered, even though it has not yet been slaughtered. Whereas ذبيح is describing something that has been slaughtered. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. So let me just clear some things, and then I'll bring that back to azima. Okay, so from here, this is where we get ما يؤخذ للعزم. Okay, ما يعزم عليه. Okay, so if I say عزم زيد على فعل كذا, so العزيمة is whatever this thing is. Okay, it's a thing that you've taken to resolve upon, i.e. a resolution. A resolution is something that you resolve to do. Like how you say my New Year's resolution is I'm going to hit the gym, 3 times a week, every week this year. Okay, so that's a resolution. So you've done azm. You've resolved to do the resolution. Okay, so hopefully you understand why it's on the wazn of fa'ila. Okay, because fa'ila is ma yu'khadhu lil fi'l. It's basically what you're taking in order to now do that action upon. Okay, that's how you're describing it. Okay, and of course, this still retains, fa'ila still retains this idea of thubut as-sifa. Okay, it still retains that original meaning of fa'il, meaning that this isn't just something that, you decide one day, okay, this is something I'm going to take to be a sacrifice, and then, you know what I mean? Like, that changes or whatever. It's like, the point is you've moved it into, well, I guess you could, because now it's just a category of names. So either, you could say actually it is a dhabiha or it isn't a dhabiha. But my point is that when you say dhabiha, what you mean by that is something that is going to be taken for slaughter as like a, as something that's not like going to change, basically. Like once it's in that category, then the category itself is things that are definitely going to be taken for slaughter. Does that make sense? Even if you move something out of that category, the point is the category itself is not like flexible in that way. The meaning of it there. So inshallah, that's clear. And now we'll move on to the wazn of azaim, right? Fa'ail. What does fa'ail mean? So here we have a passage from Ma'ani al-Abniya, which is where I'm getting a lot of this information from, by the way, li Fadl Issam al-Ra'i. So here he's explaining the difference between fa'ail and fi'al, okay, which is relevant to this first verse. So he says, وَالْفَرْقُ بَيْنَ هَذَا الْجَمْعِ. What he means by that is fa'ail, okay? وَجَمْعُ فَعِيلَةٍ عَلَى فِعَال. So fa'ila can sometimes be, you can do the jam' of it on fa'ail and sometimes on fi'al. So he's now explaining the difference between the two, okay? أنما جمع على فعائل. So one فعيلة is put on the wazn of فعائل. يراد به الإسمية. What is intended by that is pushing it closer to that pole of al-ismiyya that I mentioned before. لأن هذا الوزن من جموع الأسماء. Because this measure is from the plurals that indicate, nounness, or like I said before, al-ismiyya. It's from جموع الأسماء. This is something that nouns are, pluralized upon. كالصحائف. So the mufrad الصحائف is صحيفة. والقلائد. Okay, and that's the jama' of qilada. So that's not on fa'ila, that's fi'ala, right? And then والنصائح. So that's jama' of nasiha. So, qilada means a necklace, and nasiha means a piece of advice. Okay? والرسائل. And that's jama' of risala. Okay, so fa'ail is not just a jam' exclusively for fa'ila. You can also have other things that get put on fa'ail, especially fi'ala is a common one that also gets put on fa'ail. Okay, and risala, of course, means a message. Okay, like a piece of mail or whatever. Nowadays they use barid, but back in the day they would say risala, meaning like a message that you send someone, a letter. Okay, فما حول من الصفات إلى الأسماء جمع على فعائل. So whatever has been transferred from the meaning of a description to a noun, okay, gets pluralized upon فعائل. وما أريد به الوصفية جمع على فعال. And whatever you want to put more as an adjective, a descriptor, it becomes pluralized upon fi'al, on the wazn of fi'al. أو جمع جمعا سالما, or you do the جمع salim. Okay, so for example, like for kareem, you could do kareemun, right? And for karima, you could do karimat, like rijalun karimun and nisa'un karimat. Okay. فنقول بنات كبار. So he's giving the example here of fi'al. وصغار, like بنات صغار, right? بنات كبار وصغار. إذا أردت الوصفية. So if you wanted to describe the girls, then you would say كبار or صغار. Okay. فإن أردت الإسمية, if you intend like nounness, قلت الصغائر والكبائر. Okay, وهي اسم لكبائر الذنوب أو صغائرها. Okay, so what he's saying here is when you just say al-kaba'ir or as-sagha'ir, you're no longer describing something. So notice over here, you have a mawsuf or a man'ut, as they say. I'm talking about in nahu. You would describe this as mawsuf or man'ut, and then you would have this as a sifa or a na'at. Both of these terms are used, right? Na'at or sifa. So you have sifa and mawsuf. Over here, when you just say as-saghar, al-kaba'ir, you no longer have the mawsuf that's mentioned there. Okay? Rather, it's not even, not only is it not mentioned, it just becomes a direct name for dhunubun, right? Dhunubun kibar becomes al-kaba'ir. Oh. Sorry about that. Sometimes the pen messes up on me. Okay. So this becomes a direct name for this whole thing. Okay. So it becomes closer to al-ismiya. Okay. And then same thing with as-sagha'ir. Right? ومثلها الكرائم والكرام. فالكرام وصف وأما الكرائم فيراد بها الإسمية. Okay, so what he's saying is al-kiram means something more similar to these. So you can say rijalun karimuna or kiram, and you can say nisa'un karimatun or kiram. Okay, kiram is for both of them. Whereas أما الكرائم فيراد بها الاسمية. So الكرائم basically means, like when you say كرائم المال or كرائم الأموال, it means the part of your property that is like the choice or the most excellent or the most noble. So like let's say you have a bunch of like horses and cows and whatever. The best of them would be called the karaim of your wealth, right? Al-mal meaning here wealth, not money, right? Karaim al-mali or karaim al-amwal, it means the choice parts of your wealth, of your possessions. Okay, the most valuable and best things that you have. Okay. So to continue, he says, وَنَحْوُهَا الشَّدَائِدُ وَالشِّدَادِ. So a shidad is a descriptor. When you describe something that's very difficult or, basically severe or, strong, you would say shidad. Like rijalun shidad means men that are like, very strong and they're not easily broken. They're fierce. Okay. Whereas al-shada'id is referring to calamities that are very severe. Okay. So that are very strong and very severe and like they squeeze you, So he says, فَالْشِدَادُ وَصْفٌ وَالشَّدَائِدُ اسْمٌ وَهَكَذَا. Right? He says that so on. Okay. So hopefully this makes sense. So al-azaim is basically, once again, we said azima, the ta there is to push things towards the al-ismiya, and so therefore naturally the jam' is going to be on fa'a'il. Okay. So that's for the first part of the verse when he says, let's actually go to the verse and then I will finish the explanation of this. Okay, so azaim, here we just mentioned, is on fa'a'il, which is for al-ismiya, whereas al-kiram is for al-ismiya, or rather al-wasfiya, sorry. So kiram is also the jami' of karim. Okay, which, as we mentioned, what karama means. It means for something to be, valuable in and of itself, noble in itself, without regards to social hierarchy, but sort of intrinsically valuable and noble and worthy. Okay, and karim is, of course, ala wazni fa'il. Okay, bima'na fa'il. Okay, which means that. And as we said before, fa'il is li thubut as-sifas, for a quality that is permanent. So as if, this is something that they also say, the linguists say, كأنها خلقة أي أنها ملكة. So it's like something that's like a permanent quality. So when you say someone is kareem, like a man is kareem, it means that he is intrinsically noble all the time, such that ongoingly he displays nobility. Internally and externally in his actions. Okay, so it's something that is for a long time, as if it is like an intrinsic quality. Okay, so you know how some people, they're just naturally born good at something, or it becomes like almost a part of their personality or whatever. So this becomes like that, becomes like a malaka, something that's like a natural disposition, a natural disposition. It's as if it's a natural disposition within the person. Okay, so that they're intrinsically noble in this way. And this is the opposite of fa'il bima'na fa'il, that's not a natural disposition. So an example of that would be something like, hazina zaydun فصار حزينا. Okay, so he became sad for a long time. Hazina Zaydun. So Zayd became sad, or Zayd was sad, and then he became sad for a long time. Let's say someone has like, a bout of depression or whatever, and it lasts a long time, and they're just sad all the time. So yeah, in like a majazi sense, in a non-literal sense, you're saying it's like he's sad, and it's as if it's become like a natural disposition with him. It's like part of him permanently. He's just always sad. But really, you just mean it for like a relatively long time. It's not something that necessarily stays forever. But you can say like a more non-literal sense, it's as if you're likening him to like someone who's just naturally like that. Okay, and likewise, when you say, for example, khatib, right? You're saying it's like as if it's now a natural disposition that he's just always an orator and good at speaking. Okay, and just always is there and ready to go. Okay, so this is from the meanings of fa'il. And just to be clear, fa'il doesn't mean something that's always a natural disposition. Rather, it can be something that, is acquired, whatever. The main dalala, as I said, is just something that stays for a long time. And obviously, if something is a natural disposition or a natural part of what you are, then will stay for a long time. So, for example, elephants are big for a long time. Why? Because that's naturally how they are. Right? Unless something goes wrong in their development or whatever, they're generally going to be like that. Right? So fa'il is picking out the fact that the quality stays for a long time. As for why it stays for a long time, that can depend. Something could be acquired, but then it becomes like such an intrinsic part of you that it just sticks forever. So inshallah, that's clear, the difference between what fa'il is picking out and then like the different shades of meaning that can result from that. Okay, whereas I want you to understand the core, and as for the stuff that results from that, those are like, as they say, lawazim, or things that kind of follow, or could possibly follow, let's say. Okay, now I'm going to clear the board. There's just a few more things I'm going to explain, and then we're going to do the i'rab of the ayah, not the ayah, of the bayt, inshallah. Now, there's one more concept I want to explain, which is the different meanings of alif lam. So if you notice in this bayt, ala qadri ahli al-azm, you have one there. تأتي العزائم, right? وتأتي على قدر الكرام المكارم. Okay, so I just want to briefly explain the different meanings of alif lam, and I may come back to this chart later if there's other usages later on in the poem that I think need clarifying. There's at least one other example that I can think of, but inshallah I'll just explain this briefly right now. So this is a chart that I made to make sense of the different meanings of alif lam at-ta'rif in Arabic, and it's based on Fadil al-Sam al-Ra'i's discussion on it in Ma'ani al-Nahu, which is a 4-volume work. But this is sort of my own rendition, because traditionally the way that grammarians actually break this up, and I also looked at al-Ashbah wa al-Nadha'ir lil-Suyuti, and basically normally they divide it into 3 divisions. So they would actually add another division here, which they would say للاستغراق. Okay, which I'm going to explain what this means in a second. However, I've actually moved that to down here. So I'm going to explain all of that, inshallah, and as it pertains to the first bayt of Al-Mutanabbi. Okay, so in general, the overall meaning, al-ma'na al-jami', the essential meaning from which all the other meanings are derived for alif lam al-ta'rif is lil-ahd al-dhihni. And what that means is basically there's an agreement in my mind and your mind as to a thing, so I use alif lam. So for example, if I just say rajulun, right, a man, it could be any man. Whereas if I say ar-rajulu, then I'm assuming you know whom I'm talking about. Okay, you are familiar with the man, and that's why I'm saying ar-rajul. Okay, and so that's essentially the overall meaning of alif lam. It's to say that at least as the speaker, I'm assuming that you know what I'm referring to. You may not actually know what I'm referring to. Maybe you get confused, and so therefore you actually ask me, ayyu rajul, right? Which man? But the point is that as the speaker, I am assuming that you know what I'm talking about. Okay. And so there's sort of 2 categories of things that you and I can already have an agreement about, what is being referred to. Okay, so to make this easy to understand, I think the easiest place to start is just here on the chart. So if I say, one of the meanings is lil hudur. So if I say هذا القلم, okay, here they say alif lam lil ahd al huduri. Okay, basically I'm pointing out this pen. I'm saying this pen. So once I specify which pen, you know from the alif lam which pen I'm referring to. It's the one that I'm just pointing to when I'm saying هذا القلم. Okay, and then you have lil ahd al dhikri, and that's basically when the thing that I'm talking about was previously already mentioned, like verbally. So for example, in the Quran, it's mentioned, كما أرسلنا إلى فرعون رسولا. So as we sent to Fir'aun a messenger. فعصى فرعون الرسول. Okay, so Fir'aun disobeyed the messenger. Now, which messenger is this? The messenger here, al-Rasul, is the one that was just previously mentioned, as they say, like verbally. It was verbally mentioned which one. So hopefully that makes sense. That if you mention something previously, then later on you can just refer to it by alif lam so that they know it's the same one that you previously had already mentioned verbally. And then there's another usage, which is, for example, if I say جاء الرجل, and you already know from the context, contextually, let's say you and I were waiting for someone. Okay? Like we were already waiting, we'd already agreed we're gonna, and then, I don't know, I said, next Tuesday, so-and-so is gonna come. So it's Tuesday, you're waiting for the guy, and then I say جاء الرجل, the man came. Okay? The man here, you already know who is being referred to because of a previous conversation or context or whatever the case may be, such that your mind automatically goes to that person. So it's not that I'm pointing it out, right? Saying هذا الرجل. It's not that I previously had mentioned, like in context, verbally which man I'm talking about, but it's simply understood mentally. Your mind already knows who I'm talking about. Okay, and this is also called alif lam lil ahd al-dhihni. So this can be a little bit confusing because al-ahd al-dhihni was already mentioned up here, okay, as the al-ma'na al-jami'. So this gets used twice. It's used as the overall meaning, but then also specifically when a specific individual is being picked out, that you should already know who I'm referring to. Okay. So hopefully that's clear. Okay, and what these three all have in common is that, as Fadl al-Samarra'i mentions, al-ma'hudu huwa wahidun bi'aynihi min afrad al-jins, that the thing being agreed upon, okay, when alif lam is referring to something, that thing that's being agreed upon is a specific particular. Okay, that is one of a general class, let's just say. Okay, but I have my own criticism of this. I say بل ربما المعهود جماعة بعينها من أفراد الجنس نحو هؤلاء الرجال. Okay, so if I say these men, that would still fit under this category. So it doesn't necessarily actually have to be one particular. It could even be multiple particulars. But the point is that basically, you have a referent that is specified in external reality via these divisions below. Now, here is where things get a little bit more interesting. These examples are all simple because they're like hissi, almost like you can sense them with your five senses, kind of thing. This pen, it's like they're in front of you, whatever. But sometimes when I refer to something, I'm actually referring to a concept or an archetype, or to put it in more philosophical terms, a form. Okay, a form that is in the mind. So for example, if I say knowledge, okay, so for example, the people of knowledge. When I say the people of knowledge, when I say knowledge here, al-ilm, is not something that you're seeing or feeling or touching. It's a concept in your mind, okay, that you understand. When I say al-ilm, knowledge in general, your mind sort of grasps this universal, without necessarily putting too much philosophical baggage on it, because there's different theories as to how we understand universals and so on. But I think it's just, as they say, للتقريب, so that it's understandable to you. This idea of the archetype of knowledge being something that you grasp. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. If I say, for example, al-insanu da'if, man is weak. When I say al-insanu da'if, that man is weak, what does that mean? Right? Literally, it means the human, al-insan, the human is weak. Okay, what does that mean? What I mean is mankind, the human, the archetypical human, the form of man. Okay, that universal that you're grasping, not a specific human being. Okay? So basically what happens is your mind is able to grasp, to go from all these different particulars of this human being and this human being and this human being, to understand that actually there's sort of a general sense of what it means to be human. Even if you can't necessarily define it in very precise terms, you're able to look at one thing and be like, that's a human. You're able to look at another thing and be like, that's not a human, right? And so therefore you have this idea in your mind of the form of what it means to be a human being. And so therefore, sometimes when you're using alif lam, we're trying to make your mind, the speaker's trying to make your mind go to this universal, this concept, this form, this archetype, okay, that's actually in your, like, sort of picked out by your mind, rather than something there, in physical reality. Let's put it that way. Okay, and this type is called alif lam al-ta'rif li bayan al-haqiqa, okay, or li bayan al-jins, sometimes they say, okay, in order to make the reality of the thing, or the by jins here they mean sort of like the universal in philosophical terms, to make that clear in your mind. But I think the way I explained it, hopefully without too much philosophical baggage right now, hopefully that'll be like somewhat clear. So I'll give you an example of this. When someone says الرجل أطول من المرأة, okay, or الرجال أطول من النساء, okay, what do they mean here? That men are taller than women, okay? Do they mean every single man on the planet is taller than every single woman on the planet? No. Okay, that's not what's meant here. What they mean is the reality of, or the form, the archetype of a man, is that he's taller than the archetype of a woman. Meaning, unless there is some cause or some reason otherwise, sort of if left to its own, naturally, men grow taller than women. That's what they're trying to say, right? And if you find a woman that's taller than a man, it's because of some sort of reason that caused that, if you get what I mean. Some specific, circumstance that caused that to be the case. Or in a sense, maybe there's a sense of something going wrong almost, right? So another example is al-fahdu asra'u min al-dhib, that the leopard is faster than the wolf. Okay, does that mean every single, what if you have a very old leopard, okay, and it's like on its deathbed, is it going to be faster than a wolf? No. Okay, but that's not what it's getting at. It's getting at the archetype. The archetype of a leopard is that it's going to be taller than a wolf. Okay, unless maybe there could be also a leopard that's born deformed, for example. Right, literally deformed by deformed, i.e. not in the form. That's literally where deformed comes from. It means that it's not, it's the form is deficient, essentially. It's not in the full form of a leopard. So in the same way, human beings walk on, two legs. But you can have a human being that is deformed, and not in the sense of like an insult of calling someone deformed, right, in the colloquial sense, but in the sense that their form is literally incomplete. Right, so they were born with some kind of sickness, whatever, and they can't. They have a disability and they can't walk. Okay, so they in that sense they don't fully imbibe that sort of ideal form or archetypical understanding of what it means to be a human being. You see, in that respect, obviously, now there are some things that are essential to what it means to be a thing, and there are other things that are accidental. Okay, so a triangle has three sides. If it fails to have three sides, it's no longer a triangle. A human being walks, but if a human being fails to walk, it doesn't mean they stop being a human being. Rather, there's something else that's essential to being a human being, whereas walking is something that's accidental. Okay? Now, there's another usage of alif lam, which I think if we go to the examples first, it's going to be clearer than me trying to explain it like theoretically. Now, to give you an example here, I want to go to the first one. If I say Zaydun huwa rajul, Zayd is the man. What do I mean by that? Okay, what do I mean when I say Zayd is the man? Okay, what I mean by it is basically Zayd is like this archetype the archetypical man, he is the perfect form of man instantiated. If you think of like in Plato's heaven, the perfect man that's there in the abstract, all of the perfect qualities of manhood, that came down from Plato's heaven down onto this earth, and there it is, Zayd right there. He encompasses all of the qualities that make the archetypical man, the perfection of man. You understand what that means? And perhaps you could actually also argue it as another meaning, which is Zayd is the only man, meaning no one else is even a man other than Zayd. That could be a secondary meaning, but that first meaning is the more obvious one, you can say. And just to give you an example, this is actually of that second one, Al-Mutanabbi actually mentions this. Okay, this is a saying or something that was attributed to Al-Mutanabbi, where he says, "Ana wa Abu Tamam hakiman." وَالشَّاعِرُ الْبُحْتُرِي. Okay, وَالشَّاعِرُ الْبُحْتُرِيُّ. What does this mean? It means me and Abu Tammam. Abu Tammam is another famous poet of his era, of the Abbasid era. Okay, he says me and Abu Tammam are like two wise men. Okay, we are two people of wisdom, and the poet is al-Buhturi, meaning the real poet, the only poet is al-Buhturi. Okay. So here, as I wrote a note here, it is as if he is not merely an instantiation, but the form itself, and therefore there is no other. Also, because he is the form itself, he possesses all the ideal qualities of that form in perfection. So you could even say that it could even refer to actually both. He is the ideal form, and because of that, there actually is no other, or one or the other. It's fine. But the point is here, the point that you're getting here is that this is called istighraq al-sifat. Okay, istighraq al-sifat means that all of the qualities associated with that thing basically are attributed, and that the alif lam is what's doing the work there. If I just say Zaydun huwa rajul, Zayd is a man, that doesn't tell me anything, right? Other than like basic, okay, yeah, he's a man. But if I say he is the man, right? The alif lam at-ta'rif there, that's what's doing the work to tell you that he has all of these qualities. So inshallah, this is clear, and you understand now why I've put this underneath this first one. Okay, because it's as if you have this idea that the speaker is trying to get you to understand the archetypical form, and then contextually it can mean something else, okay, in context. But here, what he means by ar-rajul is still this sort of archetypical form. Inshallah, that's clear. Okay, now there is another usage here, which basically, if I tell you, for example, let's say I'm new to a city. Okay, I've never been to this city before, and I don't know. I've never been to the marketplace in this city, but nevertheless, I tell you, idhab ila suq, go to the marketplace. Okay, I don't know this city. Does it have one marketplace? Does it have 5 marketplaces? I assume because it's a city, there's a marketplace. There has to be, right? But I've never been there before. So it can't be this meaning, okay, of al-ahd, right? This idea that you and I have agreed this specific marketplace, and now I'm referring to it again. Because I've never been to the marketplace. I have no concept of it. I don't even know, I haven't even specified one out of the, let's say, 3 marketplaces there are in the city. But nevertheless, I can just say, go to the marketplace instead of go to a marketplace. Okay, why? Because what I'm referring to here is go to something approximating an archetypical marketplace in this city. Whether there's only one here, whether there's 5, which one you go to, I don't care. I'm not specifying that. I'm just saying a typical, you can just say a typical marketplace. So here, that's what I'm referring to when I'm using the alif lam instead of saying idhab ila suqin, go to a marketplace. Okay? Even though that's actually what I mean. I just mean go to any marketplace that's in the city. But when I say as-suq, I'm trying to still retain this meaning of a typical marketplace is what I'm trying to tell you to go to. Okay? Now, this usage also comes up in the Quran. For example, in Surah Yusuf, Nabi Yaqub is mentioned as saying the following line, أَخَافُ أَن يَأْكُلَهُ الذِّئْبُ. Okay, I'm afraid that a wolf will eat him, i.e. will eat Yusuf. Okay, when he gives the excuse why he doesn't want Yusuf to go with his brothers, he says, I'm afraid that the wolf will eat him. Now, what is the wolf? Is it one that they knew ahead of time was there, stalking the place, and he was referring to a specific wolf that was, causing them trouble? Possibly, but that's not the more obvious reading. The more obvious reading, when he says, the wolf will eat him, is the typical wolf. The archetypical wolf will eat him. Okay? It would, in English, this is hard for us to comprehend because normally we would say here, I'm afraid a wolf would eat him, right? أَخَافُ أَن يَأْكُلَهُ ذِئْبٌ. Just any wolf, a wolf, okay? So why is it that he said الذئب and not ذئب? Okay, because when he's saying الذئب, he means an archetypical wolf. Okay, this is sort of because the archetypical wolf, when you're thinking about it, it's what? It's dangerous, it's predatory. So here it adds this shade or this idea that if you just say, I'm afraid a wolf will eat him, it's almost like happenstance. It's almost accidental, like just, something could happen to him, anything. Wolf could eat him. Whereas when you're saying, I'm afraid the wolf will eat him, the typical wolf, it gives you this flavor of like, the archetypical wolf. You're thinking he's stalking, he's looking for his opportunity, he's dangerous. You see? So it adds a little bit of that flavor in there. So hopefully that's clear to you. Okay, so now to come to the idea of al-istighraq or istighraq al-afrad. Istighraq al-afrad means that all of the different particulars, it encompasses all of them. Okay, as opposed to istighraq al-sifat, which I mentioned previously, which is all of the different qualities. Okay, are encompassed. Here you mean all the particular individuals. What does that mean? Like, for example, the usage in the Quran, for example, وَخُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ ضَعِيفًا, that man was created weak. The human being was created weak. What does that mean? It means that all human beings are weak, were created weak. All human beings were created weak. There's not a single human being that's actually, strong in reality. Okay? Now, as I mentioned before, most of the grammarians, in fact, when you study it, even in Al-Alfiyah, they'll mention al-istighraq as a third meaning aside the other two. Okay? And I think that's wrong. And I'm going to explain why I think that's wrong, and then we're going to wrap it back to we're going to come back to the qasida. Okay? Okay, so here's basically what they say. They say that, look, basically, how do you tell the difference between alif lam at-ta'rif li bayan al-haqiqa and alif lam at-ta'rif lil-istighraq? Is that if it applies universally to everything, then it's lil-istighraq, and if it doesn't, then it's li bayan al-haqiqa. And that, to me, is not very clear, because sometimes you're wanting to define something essential about the form itself, and it also, because it's an essential quality, or even if it's not an essential quality, it also applies to all of the different individuals. What do I mean by that? If I say a triangle has 3 sides, right? Okay, in Arabic you would say للمثلث ثلاثة أضلاع. Now, so al-muthallath here means the triangle, i.e. the archetypical triangle, the form of a triangle. Now here's the thing, that's true of every triangle. But it's also the case that when I'm saying that, I'm actually not talking about every triangle. What I'm trying to say is having 3 sides as an essential property of triangles. Okay? That the triangle in the abstract has 3 sides. So this is where I think the grammarians basically they were not. This is one of the areas that I actually think that they got wrong. I think what it is istighraq al-afrad is actually a subcategory of bayan al-haqiqa. Okay, and what it is that sometimes when you're talking once again about the abstract form, what is the case is that for one reason or another, either essentially because you're talking about an essential property of the form, or you're talking about something that is a like in logical terms, it's called an inseparable accident, or al-arad al-lazim in Arabic, right? So for example, a human being's ability to laugh. Every human being has the ability to laugh. Okay. Once again, maybe you say except for someone who, whatever, is sick or something, right? But generally, let's just say you take a quality like that, right? that every human being has the ability to laugh, but that's not essential to what it means to be human. Okay. So likewise, there may be something that applies to all, particulars, all instantiations of that form. And it's because it's an essential property, or it could be an inseparable accident. And that's why it applies universally. Now, one thing that I should mention that the grammarians do mention is that one way to specify that the meaning of alif lam al-ta'rif is listighraq al-afrad is if there is an istithna that's made, an exception that's made. Okay, so for example, في قوله تعالى, or I think this is in Surah At-Tin, right? He says لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات. So here it says لقد خلقنا الإنسان, we have created the human being في أحسن تقويم, right? So قوم الشيء means to set it right, okay, to put it in the correct kind of proportion and straighten it, so it's sort of like the human being, the man was made in the best kind of stature or mold or something like that. Okay. So then it says ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين, and it says إلا الذين آمنوا, except those who believe. So because here it mentions that man is created in this way, but then it mentions an exception that some men, or some human beings rather I should say, are not like that. So therefore it couldn't be talking about this universal form because there's an exception. Okay, so therefore it's talking about individuals, not the universal form. So personally for me, I don't really this is still a good rule of thumb. Another rule of thumb that they give is that if you can replace كل, right? So لقد خلقنا كل أو لقد خلقنا كل إنسان في أحسن تقويم. If it makes sense to put كل there, then that's another indication that it's لاستغراق الأفراد. Okay, that's another rule of thumb. Now, for me, this second part over here where they say, well, if you say illa, then it's talking about particulars, otherwise it would be talking about the universal. That's an argument with some force, but to me, I'm thinking still that here you're still like, what's the difference between saying لقد خلقنا كل إنسان or كل الناس في أحسن تقويم and by saying خلقنا الإنسان? Here, there's still this idea that you're trying to pull on the archetypical form. In other words, you're saying the archetypical form is such that it's in the best stature, okay? And then it gets reduced back to the lowest of the low. That's how it gets instantiated, except for those who believe. Meaning that this exception sort of still happens. It's sort of like saying the universal form is such that it's like this, except in when it's instantiated in these circumstances. So I don't know if that makes sense to you. And also in particular, there's still, as I mentioned, this idea of like lamhul asl, you feeling that original meaning that's up here, which is why I've ordered it like this. Why? Because if I say that, for example, no man can beat a lion in a fight, okay? There's something almost like just accidental about it when I say it like that, okay? Where if I say the human being, right? Human beings cannot beat lions in a fight. So when I say no man can beat a lion in a fight, what I'm doing there is istighraq al-afrad. I'm saying if you take every single human being on planet Earth, there's not a single one of them, not a single man. If you line them all up, that could take a lion in a fight. Okay? But when I say the human being, right, or human beings can't beat lions in fights. Here, I'm kicking it back up here. It's not that I'm saying it just merely happens to be the case that no human being can beat or let's say instead of a lion, let's say I point to a specific lion. I say this specific lion. Let's say it's a healthy male, so it's not some sick, dying lion. It's a healthy male lion, right? And in his peak of his youth, I say, no man can beat this lion. It's not that when I say no man can beat this lion, it doesn't give you anything about the essential property of what it means to be a human being when I say it like that, or manhood or anything. It just happens to be the case in reality that no man on planet Earth could beat this lion. Whereas when I say no human being can beat this lion in a fight, what I'm saying is there's something essential about like the form of the archetype, the form of man is such that when instantiated, it could never defeat this lion. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying something more essential and deeper about the form or the archetypical understanding of what it means to be human. So hopefully that sort of gives you an idea of why sometimes why I've ordered it in this way. And I don't think al-istighraq is like a side meaning that's just like an additional, but rather it's actually a subcategory of bayan al-haqiqa. And even when it's used in this manner, you still have like this understanding of the archetypical man or the form of a human being. It's still there, in both of these ayat. خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ ضَعِيفًا, as well as لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. Even if it is the case that it also applies to every single particular human being and not just the form of man. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So hopefully that was clear. If not, inshallah, let me know and I will try to clarify what I'm getting at here further. But inshallah, I apologize if I use too many, kind of philosophical terms. And just to, in case someone says I'm using first order and second order referent incorrectly here, etc., I use this terminology intentionally with my own reasons. So I don't want to get into that right now because we've already strayed quite the ways away from the qasida. But now I want to come back to the qasida, inshallah. Okay, coming back to the qasida, we're now going to apply what we just talked about. So, على قدر أهل العزم. L over here is لبيان الحقيقة, or as they say, the other terminology is al-mahiyya. Okay. Al-azaim could be for this, لبيان الحقيقة, or as I said, it could be لاستغراق الأفراد, meaning that على قدر أهل العزم تأتي كل عزيمة or كل العزائم. Okay, that's the meaning. That every single azima comes upon the qadr of أهل العزم, of the person of azm, or لصاحب العزم, you can say. And it seems to me like this is the what is intended here. Okay, but once again, I think that it goes through this silsila. I mean, it goes first here, then here, meaning you still find this idea that what he's saying about here is not that it just happens to be the case that the azaim come ala qadri ahli al-azm, right? That resolutions come upon the measure of the people of resolve. Okay, he's not saying it happens to be the case, but rather he's saying something essential about the mahiyya, about the essence of the thing. The essence of resolutions is that they come upon the measure of the people of resolution. Okay, so it's sort of this two-stage. In the end, you are getting to listighraq al-afrad, but I do think it does this two-stage where this is still implied. Okay, there's still this implication that travels in to this meaning. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. وَتَأْتِي عَلَى قَدْرِ الْكِرَامِ الْمَكَارِمُ. So L over here and over here, both of them could be either this meaning or it could be this meaning. But once again, if we have listighraq al-afrad, it's carrying over something about the sort of the essence of it. Okay, so it could mean وَتَأْتِي عَلَى قَدْرِ الْكِرَامِ, meaning على قدر كل كريم or كل الكرام كل المكارم, or rather كل المكارم. There we go. So, but once again, it's still carrying this implication of telling you something about the mahiyya, meaning it's not that you have like, you know, a kareem here and a kareem here. This is the qadr of kareem 1 and the qadr of kareem 2 and the qadr of kareem 3, and it just happens to be the case that the makarim, the actions of that, the noble actions, right, that are things that are noble in and of themselves, the actions and the traits that are noble in themselves, just happen to come, you know, according to the measure of each one. But rather, there's something essential about this relationship between, you know, al-makarim and al-kiram, right? It's telling you there's something essential going on here. Okay, so this is the stronger reading, is to say there's no exceptions. Every single time you have an azima, a resolution, it comes على قدر على قدر صاحب العزم, right? On the measure of the person of resolve. And every time you have you know, a noble trait, it comes upon the measure of the noble person. Okay, al-karim. Every single, there's no exceptions. The other things to say, no, we're just stating something that's typically generally true, and there could be exceptions. You may find someone that has very little resolve, but one time he comes with a very strong resolve. And it could be somebody who's of little nobility, who normally is a terrible person, but one time he comes with an amazing, you know, feat or trait of nobility. Okay? So this is the stronger reading. This alone is the weaker reading. When I say stronger, sorry, I don't mean like one of them is more likely or less likely. I mean that in terms of emphasis of the author. Okay? So when I say this one is weaker, I mean it's like saying men are taller than women, right? الرجال أطول من النساء. Okay. Here I don't mean every single man is taller than every single woman, but something that's generally true that tells us something about the essence of what it means to be a man and a woman. So this is what I mean when I say the weaker. I don't mean the weaker reading, but rather the weaker claim. Weaker claim. This is the stronger claim. Okay. Both of these readings are possible. Meaning it could be Al-Mutanabbi is saying that this is something that's generally true, and it could be that he's saying this is something that's always true. Okay? So all of that detour of me going into the different meanings of Alif, Lam, At-Ta'rif, and all of that was basically to tell you this. He's either saying that this is something that's always true or something that is archetypically true. Okay? And if he's saying that this is something that's always true, he's saying it's always true because it's related to something about the, you know, the essence of, you know, al-azm and al-karama and so on. Okay? So in other words, it's always true because it is related to the essence. Okay? That would be one of the readings, and the other one is, as I mentioned, this weaker claim. So inshallah, that is perfectly clear. Okay, and just last thing, I guess this is the only thing I have not mentioned yet, is ala here is بالاستعلاء المجازي. The waw here للعطف. Okay, and this ala is also للاستعلاء المجازي. Okay, so now that is the meaning of the different huruf that occurred here. Now that I've told you everything, I've explained what every single word means, I've explained what every single harf means, you are now to pause the video and attempt to do the i'rab of this verse. Okay, attempt it. And then what you want to do is use me as an answer key. So after you're done, you can unpause the video, and then you're going to see my reveal where I'm going to explain, you know, where I'm going to do the i'rab, and then you can see what you got right and what you got wrong and why. And by the way, if you think, if you're confused about why you got something wrong, or you think I made a mistake, you can also mention that in the comments and say, why did you say this? Is this another possible i'rab? By the way, sometimes there's multiple possible, you know, a'arib for a single, bait. So for that reason, there can be, I may only give one, but there's another one that's also possible. One of them may be the stronger reading versus a weaker one. So all of that is open. You can mention in the comments, and then we can discuss it. So inshallah, pause the video and try to do the i'rab yourself. الإعراب على حرف جر مبني على السكون وقدر اسم مجرور بعلى وعلامة جره الكسرة الظاهرة على آخره وهو مضاف والجار والمجرور متعلقان بمحذوف حال من العزائم تقديره كائنة أهل مضاف إليه مجرور وعلامة جره الكسرة الظاهرة على آخره وهو مضاف والعزم مضاف إليه مجرور وعلامة جره الكسرة الظاهرة على آخره تأتي فعل مضارع مرفوع وعلامة رفعه الضمة المقدرة على آخره منع من ظهورها التعذر والعزائم فاعل مرفوع وعلامة رفعه الضمة الظاهرة على آخره. الواو حرف عطف وتأتي الجملة الفعلية التي بعدها معطوفة على جملة تأتي التي قبلها. تأتي فعل مضارع مرفوع وعلامة رفعه الضمة المقدرة على آخره منع من ظهورها التعذر. على حرف جر مبني على السكون قدر اسم مجرور بعلى وعلامة جره الكسرة الظاهرة على آخره وهو مضاف والجار والمجرور متعلقان بمحذوف تقديره كائنة حال من المكارم والكرام مضاف إليه مجرور وعلامة جره الكسرة الظاهرة على آخره والمكارم فاعل مرفوع وعلامة رفعه الضمة الظاهرة على آخره. Now, there is one thing I am going to go into here, which I typically at this stage or this level, I will not go into for most of the rest of the qasida. Unless you guys, by popular demand, you want it, then maybe we can consider it. Maybe on the next qasida I'll do this. But going into a little bit about the al-ma'ani al-balaghiya lit-taqdimi wa-ta'khir. Okay, so sometimes the Arabs, they have like a standard, like they have a standard word order. Okay, and if you go outside that word order, then there's an additional meaning that gets added to the text. So in this case, you have al-hal is, there was taqdim of taqdim al-hal ala al-fi'l. Okay? So just to clarify what that means, if I say ja'a zaydun rakiban, okay, Zayd came riding. Rakiban is hal min Zayd, right? Now, if I move this instead and I say rakiban ja'a zaydun, okay, the base meaning is still the same, but there must be a reason why I moved rakib instead of putting it in its normal word order, which would come after the fa'il, why I've moved it all the way in front of the fi'l. You see? And that is, in general, the general rule is that when there is taqdeem and ta'khir, what that means is you're changing the relative emphasis. Okay, that's al-ma'na al-jami'. Okay, there's then going to be specific sub-meanings of that, but that's like the general meaning, okay? Or the comprehensive meaning. So what I mean by that is that in English, when we say, for example, like let's say, if I just say, like Zayd in English, I say Zayd hit Amr, okay? And now I want to act shocked. I want to say Zayd hit Amr. Oh my God, can you believe it? He hit Amr. So what I'm doing is using my voice. I'm not changing anything in the grammar. I'm just using my voice to emphasize, like, oh my God, I can't believe it was Amr that got hit. Now, the Arabs, I don't know if they used to change their voice. We don't have a voice recorder, and I don't think anyone's mentioned anything about how the Arabs would use their voice. But what we do know is that if they use their voice in addition to that, at the very least, maybe they didn't use their voice and they only did this, or maybe they did use their voice. But at least one thing that they did, which is very convenient for us, trying to analyze texts years later when we don't have a tape recorder, is they would change the word order. And that would be the way that they would emphasize things. So instead of saying ضرب زيد عمرا, they would say, for example, عمرا ضرب زيد, right? Or ضربه زيد, right? One of the two. Now, this taqdeem of the maf'ul here tells me that there's now special emphasis. This is being highlighted. It's like how I would say in English, زيد Amr, right? Now, why am I emphasizing Amr even in English? I may have different reasons. It's, because but for whatever reason, I could be, shocked. I could be, let's say somebody thought that Zayd hit, Bekr, and I'm trying to correct him. So I say Zayd hit Amr, right? So I'm using my voice in English to emphasize it was Amr because I'm trying to correct the record. So likewise in Arabic, you might have different reasons why this taqdeem is happening, why Amr is being brought to the front. But al-ma'na al-jami', the general meaning is there's going to be an emphasis here that's going on Amr. Okay, so hopefully this is clear, and then we can apply it here. So likewise here, when I say راكبا جاء زيد, I'm emphasizing the fact that he came riding. Maybe someone thought that he came walking, so I'm correcting him. I'm telling him it was riding. Or maybe somebody thought Zayd didn't have a horse, so they would find this surprising. Or for some other reason. There could be multiple reasons why I'm emphasizing, but the point is I'm emphasizing that he came riding. So the meaning here is, once again, there is emphasis being put upon the fact that the asl here would be تأتي العزائم على قدر أهل العزم. That would be like a factual statement. When he moves على قدر أهل العزم, right? When he moves this to the front, it's now placing emphasis, which increases the beauty here. That you feel, wow, like, على قدر أهل العزم تأتي العزائم. Okay, that's one benefit. Another benefit is that actually sometimes when you move something forward in order to emphasize it, what you are connoting is that actually it is only this. So as we say, for example, some of the linguists have said that, for example, in Surah Al-Fatiha, when it is said إِيَّاكَ نَعْبُدُ, right? Normally you would say نَعْبُدُكَ, right? نَعْبُدُكَ. That would just be, we worship you. When it is said إِيَّاكَ نَعْبُدُ, we're moving this now over here. We're doing taqdeem, right? Taqdeem and ta'khir. The reason for that is to emphasize that only you. Okay, so here, once again, there's a stronger claim and a weaker claim. There's two ways to read it. It is only upon the qadr, the measure of the people of resolve, that the resolutions come. Okay, that's the stronger reason. Only equal stronger. Okay, or you can just say no, he's just emphasizing it. Okay, so that would be weaker. Like just emphasis is equal to weaker. That's the weaker claim. Okay, and this would be emphasis plus only. Okay, so once again, when you combine that with what I said earlier about the alif lam, okay, or not this one, but this one, right? The strongest way to read this would be, it is only upon the the measure of the people of resolve that all resolutions come, or that every resolution comes. So you see, that would be the strongest way to read it. It's not necessarily denoted in the text, but it is connoted. You can read it in that way. That's what he's saying. So hopefully you guys understand the strength of that opening, the strength of the statement, right? How strong he's coming out of the gates. Okay? Now, for the second half, وَتَأْتِي عَلَى قَدْرِ الْكِرَامِ الْمَكَارِمُ, right? So here, the hal is not if I say the original is جَاءَ زَيْدٌ رَاكِبًا, here it would be like جَاءَ رَاكِبًا Zaydun. Okay, so here you have the taqdeem of the hal ala al-fa'il, but not ala al-fi'l. Okay, So it is a weaker emphasis, but it is still a relative emphasis. Okay, does that make sense? Now, one reason why he might not have moved this to the very front is because maybe when there's this strong, this is my reading of it, and I could be wrong on this, okay, so just fair note. When he came out very strong here in the beginning, على قدر أهل العزم تأتي العزائم, maybe you think, wow, this is like so strong that if he repeated, by the way, one reason in general when it comes to poetry, one reason why something may be put in a particular order, there's always the possibility of it's just trying to match the measure. Okay, so that's always the easy explanation, is just say, oh, well, the poet needed to fit the measure. So, it had to be like in a certain rhythm. So therefore, certain words had to go in certain order, right? But what I'm saying is that, that's just one level of analysis. But if you're able to find, let's say, a deeper reason, it's always, better, I think, to read the deeper reason in, as long as it's not like too outlandish, let's say. And that's a question of like dhawq, right? Something that you just develop over time. But one reason why I think, he didn't say وَعَلَى قَدْرِ الْكِرَامِ تَأْتِي الْمَكَارِمُ, right? To repeat the exact same way, is because it almost makes like the two statements both declarative in like an unrelated way. Okay? Like this is the case and that is the case. Whereas when he brought the fi'l back up here, okay, it's almost as if he said like, by the way, I started out really strong over here, so you might think like this is the bottom line, like mic drop. And you might think this is like the only thing that's like that. But here, when he brings up it's almost like he's saying, and by the way, there's another thing that also comes similar to this first one. على قدر أهل العزم تأتي العزائم وتأتي أيضا, right? And by the way, there's another thing that also is like the first. But then he still wants to emphasize relatively here, وتأتي على قدر الكرام, on the measure of al-kiram, of the people who are inherently noble, right? Al-makarimu, these acts and traits of nobility. Okay, so that's this latter part over here about taqdeem, or of why he put he did it like this instead of like this, right? Why he did that? That's my personal reading. You don't have to take that as fact or something established, but that's just the sense I get from it. Okay. And just another thing that makes this bait sound like very nice is the repetition of sounds. So you have, for example, let me just clear here. The repetition of sounds. So you have, qadr and or ala and qadr and qadr, and ahl. Ahl doesn't get repeated actually, so scratch that. But you have al-azm and you have al-azaim. You have ta'ti, kiram, makarim, right? And then you can also say with like the ayn sound, you also can count, all of these as like that, kind of repetition of the ayn sound. So all of that adds to this kind of beauty, where you feel like, repetitive sounds gives like a nice ring to it, you can say. And one of the last points I want to mention to tie it all in is, remember, perhaps you forgot, what is the situation in which Al-Mutanabbi has started out with this line? Okay, he has started out this line praising Sayf al-Dawla over this great deed that he has done. So this is a poem of praise, but instead of starting out praising Sayf al-Dawla directly, what he's doing is he's basically giving like a universal wisdom. Okay, and that it catches people's attention and it's like memorable because it's like a general rule, but it also sort of implicitly makes it so that the praise of Al-Mutanabbi is like he's making Sayf al-Dawla's action and his great accomplishment not just like a particular thing, but like pushing it up to like a universal wisdom, or let's say it's an example of this universal wisdom. So it also like makes you feel like what Sayf al-Dawla has done is even like greater, that Sayf al-Dawla resolved to conquer this city and rebuild the repair the castle and all of that. And he came, he saw, he conquered, he did it. So that context as well makes this a very powerful start to the qasida. And of course, this makes it, popular amongst, let's say, regular people, because he's giving you now a universal piece of wisdom here for any human being, right? Is that, that your resolutions are going to be according to your resolve, right? That your noble actions and traits and your great deeds are going to be according to, your measure as a person, okay? And so therefore you have to strive to sort of increase yourself as a person in order to then come with these great deeds, let's say. And maybe even for like as a self-reflection, it tells you like, hey, what really do I have resolution to do? Right now, if you're listening to this, you probably have a resolution to learn Arabic, right? So are you like a person of resolve or not? How deep, how far do you really want to go into Arabic? Are you going to settle for just understanding barely and just kind of getting by, or do you want to like master the language? Do you have this great, kind of resolve that no matter what, I'm going to do this? Are you going to get distracted, or are you going to stay focused? So this kind of idea, is still there within as sort of a universal kind of piece of wisdom as well. And of course, there's also a psychological element to this, that it allows you to think about other people, their concerns, what they kind of strive to do, tells you about, sort of their measure, or at least the measure of their resolve. If they have like a very weak resolution that they don't really have any kind of, great hope or dream, let's say, then they're not a person of resolution, you might say. If you see within their actions very little nobility, then they're not a person, their measure, is not, they're not up to measure, so to speak. So it sort of allows you also has a psychological kind of wisdom component to it as well. Okay, so maybe there's more you could say about this, but inshallah, I've spent plenty of time getting us past this first bait. Inshallah, going forward, things will be faster since I've laid some foundations. Okay, now let's move on to the sharh of Al-Barquqi, and inshallah read that. Okay, he says, Al-Azmu al-Jad, that azm or resolve is seriousness, being serious. عزم على الأمر عزما أي أراد فعله. So he resolved to do a matter, a resolving. I.e. he wanted to do it. I.e. he wanted to do it عن جد, right? With seriousness, or seriously. Okay. وقال الليث. Al-Layth is one of the authorities in Lugha. He wrote a famous dictionary. Okay, so now Al-Barquqi is bringing from an authority to explain what Al-Azm means. He says, Al-Azmu ma aqada alayhi qalbuka min amrin annaka fa'iluh. That Al-Azm is what your heart has... Aqada is like, if you tie a rope into a knot, you would use aqada. So it's like your heart has been like tied, like a knot, like tied to something, right? Ma aqada alayhi qalbuk, what your heart has basically been tied to. Okay? Min amrin, from any kind of affair, annaka fa'iluh, that you are definitely going to do it. Okay? Wal azaimu jam'u azima. Azaim is the jam' of azima. وَهِيَ مَا يُعْزَمُ عَلَيْهِ مِنَ الْأَمْرِ. It is what you resolve to do from, affairs. Okay? وَالْمَكَارِمُ جَمْعُ مَكْرَمَةٍ or مَكْرُمَةٍ. فِعْلُ الْكَرَمِ. Okay? Al-makruma means فِعْلُ الْكَرَمِ, meaning an action that is noble, a noble action. يقول إن العزائم إنما تكون على قدر أصحاب العزم. That the azaim, or the resolutions, are only upon the measure of the person of azm. Okay, or the people of azm. فمن كان كبير الهمة قوي العزم كان الأمر الذي يعزم عليه عظيما. So whoever has is very big in terms of their desires, what they're trying to do. Okay, قوي العزم, strong in his resolution and his resolve. Okay, the thing that he tries to do, the affair that he resolves to do, is great. وكذلك المكارم إنما تكون على قدر أهلها. And likewise, al-makarim, or the actions or traits. Over here he said fi'lul karam, but actually it encompasses as well traits, actions or traits that are noble, right? The actions or traits that are noble, or as we gave that deeper definition later about, it being ism dharf, right? So it's actually like the locus, you can say, of nobility, the locus of nobility, whether they be actions or traits. Okay. إنما تكون على قدر أهلها. They are only upon the measure of their people. Okay. فمن كان أكرم, whosoever is more noble, كان ما يأتيه من المكرمات أو المكرمات أعظم. So what he comes with, so whoever is more noble, what he comes with from the noble actions or traits, from the loci of nobility, you might say, will also be greater. والمعنى أن الرجال قوالب الأحوال. The meaning of all of this, i.e. the whole bait, the whole verse, is that men are the molds of circumstance. Okay, qawalib is the jama' of qalib. Okay, qalib, which equals mold, meaning that, a mold is basically like, if you have like liquid metal and you put it in like something that's shaped like the blade of a sword, for example, and you pour the liquid metal in here, then you cool it, right? Then it comes out, it's like the blade of a sword. Okay, so this thing is the mold, the qalib. Okay. So he says, فَإِذَا صَغُرُوا صَغُرَتْ. So if the men become small, their circumstances or their situations also become small. Okay, or when they, I should say, إِذَا is when. وَإِذَا كَبُرُوا كَبُرَتْ. And when they become bigger, or when they enlargen, their circumstances also enlargen. Okay, meaning that, their circumstances become better here in terms of bigger and smaller. What does it mean to have like bigger or smaller circumstance? The idea of like, this idea, even in English, you might say like, oh, things are tight right now, right? As in like they're closing in on you, they're small, you feel, straightened, right? Straightened, meaning that you feel tight, you feel squeezed, you feel claustrophobic, versus, things get big, and so therefore your circumstances are sort of wide and easy. That's sort of the idea that they're getting at there. وَهَذَا كَقَوْلِ عَبْدِ اللَّهِ بْنِ طَاهِرٍ. This is like, this is the name of another poet, right? This is like what he said. إِنَّ الْفُتُوحَ عَلَى قَدْرِ الْمُلُوكِ وَهِمَّاتِ الْوُلَاةِ وَإِقْدَامِ الْمَقَادِيمِ. Okay? So al-futuh literally means openings, and what they mean here is military victories. Like when the gates of a city open, you open the city, you open an area that was previously closed to you. So it's used in the meaning of victory. So he says that victories are upon the measure of kings. Okay, and the وهمات الولاة. So al-himma basically here means like the lofty aspirations or the high ambitions of the wulat, which are the governors or the administrators, basically the people in charge that are ruling. Okay, and iqdam means like the bold advanced, the daring, kind of the initiative, okay, of the bold champions or the foremost kind of brave men. So basically the frontline men, you can say, who would be like your most bold champions. Okay. So he's saying this is similar in meaning, okay, to this, okay, i.e. that the kind of the size of the victory is going to be in proportion to the measure of the kings, how great they are, and the aspirations of the rulers, right? How high and how great the aspirations are, and the bravery of the soldiers. Okay, these are the factors that are going to determine the measure of the victories. Okay, so you can see it's a similar meaning to what Al-Mutanabbi is trying to get to here. Inshallah, you enjoyed this. You can like, subscribe, leave a comment, inshallah. Let me know what you think I'm doing well. Let me know what you think I can improve. And inshallah, yeah, I'm open to feedback from you guys, inshallah. So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.